Bambi Palazzo. Sorry, so low. This is Bambi Palazzola. I'm the executive director for the Statewide Independent Living Council. It is great to see so many attendees this morning. I don't know if you guys can see the attendee list, but we have a lot of attendees this morning, and many of you, I know it's great to see some familiar faces and familiar names, and also some names that I don't know. So we're glad to be co-hosting this event with Families Helping Families and with Disability Rights Louisiana. The Statewide Independent Living Council is a federally required council. Every state and territory in the United States has a council, and the main focus of the council is to work collaboratively with our independent living centers, or called Centers for Independent Living. And Centers for Independent Living is a bit of a misnomer. While there are brick and mortar centers in every region of the state, they serve the community and go out in the community and help people to live independently. We have 3 organizations that are Centers for Independent Living in Central and North Louisiana. There is New Horizons Independent Living Center. In the Southwest, which is Acadiana and Lake Charles area, we have at Slick, which is Southwest Louisiana Independent Center. And then in Southeast, we have Resources for Independent Living. And as I said, if you live in this state, you are covered geographically by those centers, and they provide independent living programs to assist people with disabilities to live independently within their community. Looking forward to the conference.
Good morning. This is Jeannie Dwara with Disability Rights Louisiana. I'm the program manager for the Client Assistance Program. Disability Rights Louisiana is a nonprofit organization with a federal mandate to protect and advocate for human and legal rights of people with disabilities of all ages across our state. We are a team of advocates and attorneys that work to empower the disability community to live in an integrated life, free from abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Good morning.
So throughout the day, if you have any questions, you do have access to our Q&A. We will answer questions at the end of each presentation. You will also have access to our webinar chat, so please feel free to use that. Now, our first presenter is Ms. Jeannie Dwaron, who needs no further introduction. Her presentation will display the effective ways we can support people with disabilities to discover a path to a desired career with her presentation. What do you want to be when you grow up? Ms. Jeannie?
Thank you, Jackie. Jackie, what do you want to be when you grow up?
Well, I grew up from a family of educators. My mom was a teacher and my dad was the principal. They're both now retired. So I wanted to be a teacher when I grew up.
Oh, my mom always wanted me to be a teacher, or any of her daughters to be a teacher, because she just thought that was such a worthy profession. But I actually wanted to be a singing superstar, and that's how I told everybody. The problem was I couldn't sing. Usually when people say, "Hey, Jeannie, do you want the microphone? Do you want to sing or something like that?" And the response is always, if you're asking me if I can sing or if I want to sing, that's 2 different answers, because I will always take an opportunity to sing. But the reason I named my presentation, what do you want to be when you grow up? I actually wanted to work. Employment is a journey. And what do you want to be when you grow up kind of sounds more final. Whereas when we go with people with disabilities and we're working with them, it's not about a job or a task or a thing that they're doing. It's about a journey that they're going to be on. And we, as the professionals or the family members, or along for the ride with them to experience those ups and downs. So we're going to be talking about all of this during my presentation. Questions are always welcome during the presentation. So there will come a point where I want y'all all to participate, and I'll let y'all know when that is. So what do people with disabilities want? Well, people with disabilities want to fully participate in life. They don't want things done for them. They don't want things given to them. They want to earn it themselves. They value the opportunity to do things on their own. So the only way that people learn how to make decisions, sorry about that. The only way that people learn to make decision is to make decisions. And the only way that they will learn to lead is to let them lead. And the only way they're going to learn to work is to work. Have you ever heard children utter the words, "I do it myself"? That is a very powerful statement, and they are trying to change our minds. But you can see the things on the screen right there. They want purpose and independence. They want to socialize and belong and learn. But mostly, they want to change your mind. They want to show you that they are growing and that they're maturing and that they can do their own thing. So, what do parents want? Well, if you look at the list, parents want the same things. We all have that ideal as parents, and not just parents, but the professionals that have learned to encourage and support people with disabilities. They take on that role of support for that individual to get their desired outcomes. So when I say parents, I mean anybody, a family member, a professional that support them. But parents want their adult children to be happy and engaged and have a sense of purpose through having a job. Many parents view employment as a crucial step in their child's development toward independence and a sense of accomplishment. They know work can provide opportunities for social interaction and building friendships and feeling like a valued member of their community. Parents recognize that work can help their children develop valuable skills such as communication and problem solving and time management. And they want you to change your mind too. So they want the community that supports their loved one. They want you to have a different ideal about people with disabilities in the workplace, but they also want to teach they also want to change the mind of their child because it's easier sometimes. Mostly parents are just worried. Um, their kids might fail. They might get hurt. People can be so cruel. Parents of children with different disabilities often prioritize their child's well-being above all else. They coddle and we protect them and we shield them from those things. When we need to strive to find that balance between supporting our child's independence and ensuring their safety and happiness all at the same time. The decision whether or not to work is a personal one within that unit, and it has no single right or wrong answer. But what we're going to do today and coming, we are going to try and change your minds about how we view people with disabilities in the workforce. But the Disability Rights Louisiana, the Families Helping Families Network, and the Supported Independent Living Council and centers. In the next few years, our agency agencies are going to be pushing out a tremendous amount of employment education for people with disabilities, their family members, and the programs that support them. Today is only the beginning for us. We're here to tell you what's going on in the state today as far as people with disabilities. And we are going to count on all of you to join our fight with us or join our advocacy to put this information out to the community. We are expecting that no person is going to be left behind. Okay. So we live in a state where there are lots, and especially with me out in um, deep South Louisiana, there's an awful lot of growers and farms and farmers out there, and they do harvesting and they grow their plants for food. They give it attention. They don't just stick the seed in the ground. They have to tend to their crops. They have to help it along. Now, I know there's some plants that are easy, some are not so easy. They have to have the right temperatures and watering and proper lighting and all of those things that are going to nourish that person. Um, Also, we live in a culture where fishing is very important. My dad was a avid fisherman. You don't, and a fisherman will argue with you of how important it is to know what the weather is going to be when you go fishing and how deep you're going to sink your lure and how, if you're going to pop um, your rod and reel to catch and all of those things. It all involves a lot of knowledge, and that's what we are when we are harvesting, when we are working with the individuals who we do on a day-to-day basis. um, we have to help them to harness what their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, and how we build upon them. I went on the Indeed website for career development, and it has the 5 most effective career development tips. And it says setting goals, learning opportunities, fostering meaningful relationships, asking for feedback, and challenging yourself. These are things that we do naturally and we learn over time by everybody, every day. We just need to harness it in order to guide a person with a disability. When I assessed my son, who has autism, he's going to be 32 years old next week, um, what his work strengths were. They were riding in a car, visiting people, and putting objects in compartments. Most people saw sheltered workshop. Not me. I saw delivery business and vending machine. So that's what we work towards. If you've worked with me for any amount of time or have known me, I dislike the words traditionally and realistic. Those are dirty little words to me in career building. Um, we um, we have the ability to assist people with disabilities in building their careers, and we need to um, learn more every day. And this is where we get into the feasting. You know, we we live in South Louisiana, and food is very important. And my learning style has to have illustrations. You know, since I'm from Louisiana, it has to involve food. So my boss and I joke that this salad looks really good. I'm putting that up for y'all to smack y'all lips. But I use a tremendous amount of food references in my day to day life. I often say we have to offer the whole buffet to the person and let them choose what's going to go on their plate. If you don't offer it to them, they will never choose it. Of course, you cannot offer them all the things at once. It's a process, just like our processes. So, where can we do this? Where, how do we plan for this in our loved ones' lives? Well, we usually start those I plans in the first year of our kids' lives. And the I plans are those IEPs and those IFSPs and those ITPs and those IHPs and ISPs. They all start with the same letter, individualized. So that's where we begin. We start looking at those things. I've always included in my I plan for my son Lucas, I always included long term goals in consideration of education or where I want him to be. For example, I'm a Christian. I wanted Lucas to be a Christian or at least have it offered to him. So I always put goals in his I plans that he was going to attend church, he was going to go to the men's groups, the Bible studies. I wanted him to be a gentleman. I wanted him to learn how to do a good handshake and that men stand when they shake hands and that they have a firm grip. And I included that in his plans at school, even that the male teachers would encounter Lucas in the hallways and they would shake hands. So that's where you start. You just start utilizing those plans. And we're going to talk about that a little further later on. But I want to talk about me. I'm my favorite person. And if it's not me, it's my son Lucas or any number of my cats. But this is my timeline. This is what I experienced in my lifetime to become employed. And this is my journey. It wasn't about the one job, but I started my first job at Bass's Tasty Donut. Now, Bass did not own a licensed tasty donut. He kind of, used that and he stuck his name on the beginning of it. And he only employed underage kids. We got paid in paper bags. And way back in 1979, the highest paid employee was $2.10 an hour. Okay, so I worked over at Bass's Tasty Donut. But there was crucial things that I learned from that job. Show up on time. I have a boss that I have to listen to. I work with the public, so I have to be engaged. I have to be kind. I have to be honest because I was dealing with a register. So there are crucial things that you learn in that first job, kind of like everything you needed to know you learned in kindergarten. The same concept. Those first jobs are not where we end up. It's just where we start. So after that, I went to work for Rouse's Supermarket. Now, back then, Rouse's Supermarket was one or two stores in the Thibodaux area, which is where I live. And we did not have, the multi-state Rouse's that we have now. But it was one of the busiest grocery stores that we had. And I worked in the meat department. And from the day I got hired, I was thrown into my job and I was told to follow Stella and do what Stella did. That was my extent of my training. So from that moment on, for the 2 months that I worked for them, you're too slow. You don't know what you're doing. You're too slow. Hurry it up, Jeannie. Come on. Let's get some stuff. That you are falling way behind. We need more chickens out. Get more chickens. And I was defeated from day one. I'm lucky that I lasted 2 weeks in that position. So I then left there and I went work at St. Charles Supermarket, which was in a very small community right outside of Thibodaux. So Thibodaux small, St. Charles is even smaller. But it was a store, and I worked in the meat department, just like I had at Rouse's, but it was a slower pace. They trained me well, and I stayed there for quite a number of years, and I succeeded at that job. I didn't feel defeated. After, let's say, St. Charles Supermarket, I went to work for Peterson 1 Hour Photo. It was one of the first 1 hour photos in South Louisiana, and learned how to do picture, developing pictures and film and how the cameras worked and all of that. I left there and entered Nicholls State University. And during that time, I worked at Kmart in Thibodaux because I needed a schedule where I could work really late and attend school at the same time. So that afforded me that. But I worked in the camera department. So I took what I learned from Peterson 1 Hour Photo and brought it over to Kmart. And I was in sales in their camera department. After that, I left. I was pretty good at sales. So I thought, well, let me try my hand at car sales, which happens to be the hardest sales that you could possibly do. But I did it for a year. And then right in between that and the next job, I got married and had a baby. Or maybe I had a baby and then got married. Oops, how'd that happen? But anyway, we had, after I had my son Lucas, we had some health difficulties, but I went to work at a RV park in Hideaway Ponds Recreational Resort, and I was the um, activities manager, and I also ran all the vending machines that they had out there. So that becomes significant later on. Um, while I was also working at Hideaway Ponds, I had a home sewing business because my son did have some disabilities and he had some health care needs in the beginning. So that afforded me an opportunity to be home with my son and just work on the weekends at Hideaway Ponds. Um, now, my son has a disability, and I discovered a resource center, Bayou Land Families Helping Families, back in 2001, and I was hired to work there through my volunteerism, working for Lacan. And going to the Capitol and having those yellow shirts on. Well, they were white shirts back then, but we used to give off a yellow hue on the Capitol steps. That waiting list is not a service. So I fought at that time as a volunteer, and that brought me to Bayou Land Families Helping Families. And when a position became open over at Disability Rights Louisiana, which was formerly known as the Advocacy Center, I moved over. And I moved over because it was similar advocacy, but people went to Disability Rights Louisiana and they stayed. And that's what I was looking for. I was looking for that ending career that I was going to thrive in. All right, so we're going to talk about my notable moments. First one was I was considered too slow at one job, but excelled in the same field. So just because I wasn't successful in one place didn't mean I couldn't do that type of work. I just had to find what I fit better in. And a lot of people are calling this nowadays customized employment. For people with disabilities, we find where the best fit is and not necessarily with the right well, we find the desired job, but finding that good fit for them is very important for them to feel successful. Because I was defeated at the first job, I thrived in the second. I was very good at sales, and that sharpened my advocacy skills, because selling a product and selling an idea is very, very similar. And I was good at it. So, once again, I stood on those Capitol steps chanting, waiting list is not a service. I've now, volunteerism led to a paying job. That was when I was working for Lacan. I did that for free because I had a passion. I wanted people with disabilities to get served, not to be put on a 10,000 person waiting list. Before I found my career, I never stayed on a job longer than 7 years until I found that place. Uh, and I've had failures along the way, and I've been successful in my failures. But the reigning um, thing in my life is that my entire journey changed upon the birth of my son Lucas. I was in sales. I was good at sales. I was going to be in sales, but his path took me on a different course. And there's a lot of people out there that disability becomes the rule of their lives. So I have now been with disability rights for 18 years. Here's where I'm retiring. However, I started work at 15 years old, so I have 45 years of work history. Okay? So people with disabilities have rights, and I fight for them every day. But they also have the right to fail, and they have the right to learn from their experiences. We have to give them those opportunities. So when we see that they're struggling, our first response shouldn't be, no, they can't do it. We have to figure out how we're going to give them a journey that is full of success. All right, so planning for success in the future starts today. Okay, that's the point of this conference. We are going to start working this together. There's never a bad time to think about your talents and your interests and wonder how might those someday shape your future. Um, what you need to do today to get where you want to be tomorrow. So we have to pull our resources together. Um, the waiting lists that we have out there still exist. We still have um, some services that we can utilize, like our iPlans. And any of us, Bambi, Jackie, or I, can work through this with you if you need to start talking. But you have to get your groups together, your core people. These are the people that take you to the airport when you need to go to the airport so you don't have to pay for parking. These are the people that bring you soup when you're sick, or go run to the store and get you milk because you can't get out. These are those people. You have to surround yourself with them. And remember, we talked about those Indeed career goals, setting those goals, putting them in those plans, learning opportunities. We got to get them out. We got to get them into the community in order for them to try things and feel it and touch it, in order for them to know it. We've got to foster those meaningful relationships. We've got to ask for feedback, and we have to challenge ourselves and themselves. So we're going to talk a little bit about people who um, are doing these things. And I bet everybody who've heard me talk before thought Lucas was going to be first on this list, but I'm not talking about Lucas very much today. I'm going to talk about the other people in Louisiana who have done exactly what we're teaching y'all to do today, is to take the love that they have for things out in the community and turn them into successful, thriving, day-to-day activities that they can be proud of and feel like they are part of society and a functioning member of their community. I want you to meet Chaz. This is Bambi's son. And Chaz's love for dogs turned into Chaz's happy dog walking service. Now, I got to tell you, I see the pictures that Bambi loads on her Facebook with Chaz and his team of people that work together to take care of the dogs. Chaz has found a good niche for himself, and it started with love of dogs. It wasn't complicated. He didn't have to have proper training. This was a lifelong thing that he just loved doing. Um, you know, what about a person who likes to pull weeds or water plants? Starting in your community with people who maybe can't get down on the ground and take care of their own yards. How about, going to pull weeds or water plants for people that are on vacation? Oh, it starts with a flyer. You know, my son, my daughter loves watering plants. Do you need any help in that area? Those little things will give them things to be proud of, things that they get recognition for, a taste of success. And they could eventually say, I don't like doing that. I don't want to do that. So we have to experiment with these things. When I was growing up, teachers had plants in their rooms. And, the students in the classroom got to help take care of the plants. What a great way to start a love of horticulture. Maybe opening up their own nursery one day, or having a yard service, or doing gardens for people. Those are important skills that they have. And those are the kind of things that they want to harness. And um, just, I did reach out to Louisiana Rehabilitation Services, who we're going to be seeing next, talk about all of the services that they did. But I wanted the advice of those regional managers. What do you want the professionals and the families to know? And the one thing they wanted to say was, build skills. Get those skills out there, get them doing things. That way, once they get their quote unquote folder on their desk, because it's all computerized now, but once they get that folder on their desk, they have more to work with. So, what you do today, where we're starting from today, is going to benefit your loved one or the person that you work with in the long run later on. Okay, let's meet somebody else. Okay, this is the P-Rock Praline Factory. Excuse me. This is BB Bodie, her sons. They like making pralines, and BB started to harness that in her home. They would make pralines, and the husband was making pralines, and her two sons were making pralines. And this turned into quite a business. They are in stores now, and they are all over Facebook, and they have their own website. But it started because they liked pralines. And that was something that they did as a family. And now these two boys have an employment track and a career that they can develop together as brothers. And of course, they're the praline kings. So, and they're delicious. And I'm highlighting things that are done in our state. I mean, because we all hear about the Walgreens Center, where they hired mostly people with autism, and and we hear about those stories that happen around the country. But the things that I'm highlighting today happen right here in our own backyards. And we've got kind of a famous one. I want you to look this one up because it's just a joy. Their website has the great story and a YouTube video. It's called Leroy's Lip Smacking Lemonade. And it started when he was like 5 years old. and he made lemonade on that lemonade day that they have every year. And the kids put up their lemonade stands, and people liked his lip smacking lemonade. And now he is a producer of lemonade, and it is bottled and put in stores. He knows exactly where his products are in the store. I really want y'all to seek it out on just plug it into Google. You will find their website. You'll get to see the story. He has a significant disability, so no one should be able to. His name, the name of the company is Leroy's Lip Smacking Lemonade. Yep. So those kind of stories are things that we need to use to jump off with. It is not impossible. These kind of things are happening every day in our culture, and we want to harness that for all. No one left behind. We want to make sure that all this information gets out there. Now, the next one is my friend Sydney. This is not a client of anybody. This is my friend Sydney. She goes to church with me. Her family and my family go to church together. So at this moment, I want y'all at y'all screens, and I want y'all to get ready to get in the chat, because we're going to work this case together. Okay. And no limits. I want to hear some ideas. But Sydney is 18 years old. She's in her final year of school, and she wants to own her own coffee shop. Now, is Sydney's parents going to go out right now and open her a coffee shop? No, they're not. Okay. That's a big task. And Sydney's not there yet. Okay. Is Louisiana Rehabilitation Services going to throw money at her to open a desired coffee shop? Not yet. Okay. So we're working her process and gaining her skills so that when she does hit Louisiana Rehab Services desk, they got a lot to work with. We've done some evidence-based, systems with her. So, what what do we have to do to encourage Sydney to gain experience without having a paying job? Because she's in school right now. So get in those chats and start throwing some things out there. What can we do to start? Step one, remember, step one's easy. That's just introducing. So what would be first step? Connect with coffee shops and have her volunteer there. Excellent idea. Excellent idea. Now, let me go over the list of things that she has while you're throwing things out. She has a tremendous amount of natural support. She's got church, she's got community, she's got a great family that is highlighting, the things that she wants. She has the freedom to try a lot of things. She also, let's see. Sorry about that. She is active in a community. She attends church and most Bible studies. She's very independent. She has a very good outgoing personality. She is not shy. Okay, what was? Okay, take Sydney to coffee shops. Could she? They're going fast. Maybe she can work with her church and set up a makeshift. I can't read the rest of it. But
It says maybe she can set up a makeshift coffee shop at church. And
Yep.
then the comment before her was take her to coffee shop. She could set up a coffee station.
Mm-hmm.
She could set up a coffee station at church on weekends and before Bible studies. It's a great suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
A
Okay.
coffee cart in school.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Those are all great first steps. That's how you do it. One step at a time. That's it. You give her a taste of it. Okay. So, step one, before we start that, we want to do some skills at home. So, what would be an important skill that we would teach Sydney at home before we start bringing her out in the community? Since she wants to serve coffee.
So we're getting customer service, make coffee at home. And a question, can she organize? Organization would be an important factor in that.
Yeah.
Practice making and serving different kinds of coffee at home.
Yes, that's where we started. We started by teaching her how to make coffee and teas and things along those lines. But Rosemary, you hit the nail on the head. We started a little coffee service for her at church Bible studies. So we got her a cart. Communication, yes. Her communication skills are really good. She is personable and she loves to serve people. But let me tell you what their family did. Not only was she learning how to make coffee at home, but she and her uncle, when they would travel for family functions, they would role play serving, and they became Lupita and Gonzalez Vacation Restaurant. And they would have menus, and she would make coffee and things like that. So they started her out at that thing, interpersonal skills. Absolutely. Absolutely. So they started her out small within a confined space with just the family that they can offer her the great support that she needs. And that's why I say those I plans are important. That's where you start, step one. Okay. She had many opportunities for independence. She loves going away to camp. And, Sydney is one of those people that says, I want to do it by myself. Okay. She wants to get out there. She wants to be independent. She wants to do these things on her own. Those are good first stops. But we got her a cart and all of her coffee supplies. I made up some sheets for her at Bible study, and she just recently named her business. Okay, Coffee Tea with Sydney. So she provides us. I made up order sheets for each individual person to fill it out for her. That way she can quietly go. What are her admirations and her characteristics to get her small business started? First, we have to hone her skills. So we're doing skills training with her right now at church with the family and myself. She still her weaknesses, we're discovering what her weaknesses are and how to put modifications and accommodations in place for her in order for her to be successful at this time. We'll probably be doing this for another few months with her before we sounds like you're doing great, Pepper. Thank you, Rosemary. That means a lot coming from you. Those are the kind of things. But yes, we are going to expand to other times at church. Now, of course, we have to build up those relationships. The pastor signed on immediately and said, yes, we're going to do this with Sydney. So the whole church is participating in her skills training to get her where she needs to be. So we're going to have all this evidence. And when she finally gets out of school and the family and the people that support her go, yeah, she's good at this. And then she can sit there and go, yeah, this is what I really want to do. Then we're going to approach Louisiana Rehab Services and say, we have all this evidence that she has been successful in all of this. And as the next presenter is going to be with Louisiana Rehab Services, he'll talk to you about all of those things that they can offer to Sydney and any person with a disability, what their services are. So Anybody else have, I'm actually doing the same ideas right now. All positive influences. Yes, absolutely. Great job. Great job. Thank y'all so much. I know I missed some people in the great ideas that y'all have, but y'all are getting it. And that's where we start. It is not an all or nothing. It is not. It is one step at a time and listening to the person with the disability to ask you for that help. Because Sydney approached me and said, Miss Jeannie, how do I do this? I want to own my own coffee shop. So this is how we're doing it. And look, I'm gonna put my contact information on here. I'm a parent foremost. If you ever want to talk about any of these things, you call me, and I will. I owe it to the people that are coming behind me, just like the people that were there for me shaped me. I owe it to other people to do that. So I'm always available to talk to another parent. Okay, so let's talk about what we do in my day job. So I work for the Client Assistance Program, the CAP program. It does take a village, absolutely, and we're part of that village. We're gonna do this together. No person left behind. We're gonna link arms, and we're gonna blanket this state, and we are gonna get things moving in employment. Okay, so CAP, I work. Oh, don't make me cry, Christy. Okay, so hey, I'm the cheerleader of the CAP group. So if you need cheerleading, you call me. I will pump you up. Okay, so CAP, what would we do? We work with Louisiana Rehab Services program. So if you're going through Louisiana Rehab Services, or you want to go through Louisiana Rehab Services, and you need assistance with advocacy, and you're trying to gain employment or education in order to go forward with employment. We work with LRS and supported independent living centers to advocate and make sure that people understand their rights and get what they need from these programs. So, all right. There's our contact information. Okay. Now, on the slide that we had on my um, timeline, thank you, Debbie. On my timeline, I had my business card. We're gonna flip back before I finish so that you can get my desk number. You can call me on that line directly. If you want to talk to me as a parent and get advice on employment, if you are going through LRS and you need assistance from CAP, you're going to follow this line. Okay. But you can get to me through this line too. And next one. All right. We are everywhere. You can find us any place. We are on Facebook, and we are on Twitter, X. We are on all of the LinkedIn's and all of those places. You have our website. I am good the next few years with Families Helping Families and the Supported Independent Living Council. We are going to be putting out a tremendous amount of information. So if you are looking for employment information, go to our website. We are going to have the stuff there, but we are going to be training everybody as we go along. We're going to learn all of this together. So that's where we're going. And I am at time. So, okay. Do we have any questions that didn't get answered during my session?
We do not have any questions in the Q&A. We do have a question that's in the chat.
Okay.
Tony is offering to assist. I'm assuming it's Sydney. in any way that he can. And he did put his contact information in there.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Tony. If you don't mind putting, what part of Louisiana do you live in?
New Iberia.
Close enough, but we can chat via Zoom or Google Meets or any of those things. So thank you. Thank you for the offer. All right, that's it for me. I'm so glad that y'all are all here. Let's go ahead, take a break. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm doing your job, Jackie. You go ahead.
That's quite all right. You were doing a wonderful job of it.
Thank
So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes, 9 minutes now. So we'll come back at 10 a.m. where Louisiana Rehabilitation Services is going to do a presentation to discuss their available services and programs. So we'll see you at 10.
All right, everybody should have gotten up, and we're all enthusiastic now. So I want to make an introduction. This is Sigmund Morrell. He's the LRS Program Coordinator for Louisiana Rehabilitation Services. He's going to tell us all about his the services that you can receive from them and how you go about doing that and what is offered. So I'm going to turn it over to Sigmund so he can give us all the information. Thank you for coming, Sigmund.
Thank you, Jeannie. Let me see if I can share my screen here.
Or you could wait for him to do that. Sigmund,
Yes.
you are displayed. You just need to put it in the slideshow from what I can see.
Can you? Uh,
Sigmund, this is Bambi. I think if you go to the top where it says slideshow and the pull down at the top, I think you can click on it and put it in from the beginning.
okay.
On the red bar where it says slideshow.
You can actually click right where they have the save disk up at the top above file. They have a small little play button that will start your presentation.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yes, ma'am.
Can y'all see it now?
We can see it. It's just you don't have it in presentation mode. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Now we can see it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay, my name is Sigmund Morrell. I am a program coordinator with Louisiana Rehabilitation Services. I've been with Louisiana Rehabilitation Services a little over 12 years now. I started in as a counselor in the Baton Rouge Regional Office, and I am now moved to the state office. I'm going to go over to start off just the basics of the of LRS and give an overview of what we do, and then we'll go into some more specifics for the presentation. Of course, we assist people with disabilities to obtain, maintain, and advance in competitive integrated employment. We want every one of the individuals that come through and receive services from us to become independent and productive members of our community. To do that, we help them find employment, or in many cases, they need to maintain the employment they currently have. And because of their disability, they're having some type of difficulty. So we would help them to actually maintain that employment. And then right now, there's a big push in helping people with disabilities advance in their employment to get to the top level of their employment, if you will. We want them to not only have a job, but to have a career that they can truly be an integral member of not only their place of employment, but of society itself. We do get most of our funding for LRS through the Vocational Rehabilitation Program. VR is authorized under Title IV of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA. We are under the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, and specifically we answer to Rehabilitation Services Administration, RSA. The way the funding works is we draw down federal funding for this program, but it takes state matching funds to be able to draw down that funding. So for the federal funding, it's about 78.7% federal funding to 21.3% of state funding. And to make that easier, for every $1 in state funds that we get a match from the federal government that equals to about $3.69. Many times the state funding comes directly from the legislature, but we do have some other ways that we can draw down our federal funding by using other funding. We were fortunate this year to get extra funding from our Louisiana legislators. They saw the significance of our program and did give us extra funding. So that is going to help us immensely to provide more services to people with disabilities. The main program we do is our vocational rehab program. Under that program is our pre-employment transition or PREETS program. We also do supported employment programs. Supported employment programs are people with severe disabilities that need a little extra help once they get into that field that they want to be employed in. In many cases, it's just follow along services that we give them, visiting to make sure that they are doing well on their job. If they have any specific needs that they have, any accommodations that they're not getting. So we just follow along with those people with disabilities to make sure they are being successful. We also work with the Randolph-Shepard program. The Randolph-Shepard program is a program for people who are visually impaired, and we set up vending and cafeteria style services where they actually own those businesses and run those businesses. And we have those throughout the state of Louisiana. We work with independent living for older blind and then other independent living programs as well. We serve individuals with many different disabilities. This is a list that is not an all-inclusive list, but you can see physical, mental, sensory impairment, mobility impairments, learning disabilities, developmental, intellectual disabilities, and various other disabilities. Many of our counselors specialize in certain areas. For example, they may specialize in vision and hearing disabilities, or we have some counselors that may deal only with traumatic brain injuries, that type of thing. So we do have many of our counselors that are specialized, but most of our counselors, they deal with what we call a general caseload. And those general caseloads may have any or all of these disabilities that they're dealing with at the time. We do have 8 different regions statewide. Those 8 regions are in the New Orleans area, Baton Rouge area, Houma Thibodeau area, Lafayette, Lake Charles, Alexandria, Shreveport, and Monroe. Some of our regions have a few different offices. For example, New Orleans has an office in the Metairie area. They have a West Bank office and they have a North Shore office. Some of the other areas may have multiple offices as well, but you can see here the main office is listed, how to get in touch with those offices and how to get services within those areas. You would just contact the regional office and let them know what service, what you're looking for. And we're going to talk about that as far as the process itself in just a second. But like I said, each one of these areas services so many I should say certain parishes within our state. So if you're close to one of those main offices, that's how you would start the process, is just contacting them. So let's talk a little bit about the process. Uh, the process starts with referral. The referral process is basically just letting us know the person with disability, who they are, and give us some basic information about them. Now, anyone can refer anyone for our services. An individual can refer themselves, or a parent of an individual can refer them, a teacher can refer them, a friend can refer them. Uh, and like I said, the referral process is very simple. You're calling our office and providing the basic information for that person. Once we get that basic information, that referral will go to a counselor, and the counselor is assigned that case. The counselor will then contact the applicant and let them know, when they can meet with them as far as the initial interview process. The initial interview process is a way that our counselors gather as much information as we can so that we know what the disability is, what are some of the limitations that that disability may cause the applicant, uh, the different information that we need to know to push that case further. Now, the evaluation process is what we do to make sure, number one, that that person does have a disability, that we do have documentation of the disability. And then sometimes we do, within that evaluation, assessments to see exactly what may be some of the limitations that they have. Once we put all of that information together, and we have the evaluations done, we're going to sit down, we're going to do an eligibility for that individual to show that they are eligible. And we're going to talk a little bit more about the eligibility, because we are what's called an order of selection agency. And we'll talk about both the criteria for eligibility, and we'll talk about what that order of selection means as far as eligibility. When we do the assessments, we're determining the needs of that individual. We're also identifying employment goals for that individual that would have been done when we first met with them to start with. But then we get a little deeper into that. We'll meet with that individual again, and the whole process, all of the information we've gathered, all of the information that they're telling us as far as the assessments we've done, we put it together so we can put together an IPE, an individual plan for employment, so that becomes a roadmap to provide services that they need to either find employment, maintain employment, or advance in employment. And through this whole process, we hope that that this person will become successfully employed. Now, I want you to notice that this is a process. We have many times that individuals come into our office and they will tell us up front, well, I want to find a job and I need to find it now. Well, that's usually not going to happen. In fact, it's very rare that it's going to ever happen, because this is a process that we have to go through. There are timelines that we have to meet through that process. And because of those timelines, the process could take anywhere from, a few months to 6 months or more to get to the point where we're working the plan for that individual so that they can find that perfect job, that perfect career that they want to engage in. The eligibility criteria for LRS is the person with a disability must have a disability that's defined as either a physical or mental impairment. It does have to cause some result in substantial impediment to employment. This person must be able to benefit with an employment outcome from the services that we provide to them. And it must require the services, um, it must require vocational rehab services to either prepare for, engage in, or advance and retain gainful employment. So if a person comes to us and they do have a disability, then we're going to probably be able to help them. And a lot of that is due to our order of selection services that we have available right now. We look at when we're placing these people in order of selection services, we look at 8 different areas of what we call functional limitations. These functional capacity areas determine what order of selection group that the person will go into. The 8 are mobility, motor skills, communication, self-care, self-direction, interpersonal skills, work tolerance, and work skills. And just to give you an example of what this is, for example, mobility. We may get in there and discuss with them if they have difficulty being seated for a long period of time. Do they have difficulty with their balance? Do they have problems with confusing right and left? Do they have difficulty in performing tasks in a correct sequence? That's just some examples of mobility. Some other examples: communication. Do they have difficulty following instructions from others, either oral or written instructions? Do they have problems following rules in classes? Do they talk excessively? Do they interrupt people when they shouldn't be interrupting people? These are all functional capacity areas that determine what their needs are, not only in personal life, but as far as the workplace as well. Some other: self-direction. We look at, do they have difficulty following instructions from others? Do they make poor decisions? Do they have difficulty in adjustments or changes to a schedule or working conditions that are out there? Do they have time management difficulties? All these are the different functional capacity areas that may affect their work. So we're trying to find out up front what limitations they have in these areas. Now, how do we find that out? Most of the time, it's self-identified by the individual. We'll go through a list of questions with them, and they'll identify to us if they have problems in those different areas. Other times, it might be something that our counselor just notices about their mannerisms, or about their disability, how they cope with whatever disability they have. Many times the assessments we do when we're trying to determine eligibility, some of those assessments may come back and tell us what are some of the functional limitations they have in these areas. So there's different ways that we can determine and find out what those functional limitations are. Once we find out did I go too far? Yes. Okay. Once we go through those functional limitations and are sitting down with that individual to work on a plan for them. We're going to work together to identify their employment goals. When I say work together, many times we have these individuals come into our office and they're pretty sure exactly what they want to do, which is great. But many times they're not sure. So it's possible that we may have to do some more investigating. Where do their strengths lie? What weaknesses do they have? What are their interests? What have they been successful in the past? Those types of things we look at. We look at labor markets in their area, what is available to them. We don't want them to spend all their time learning for one specific area and there's no jobs in their area, in that area for them to actually be employed. So it is a conversation that our counselors have with each individual. And our whole goal is to give them guidance and counseling so that they can make a great decision. Now, there are times where they come into the office and they'll say, well, I want to be an engineer. And we look at, for example, transcripts from high school and they couldn't pass basic math. Well, we're not going to tell them absolutely no, but we want to try to guide them away from that, knowing that if they're going to be an engineer, they have to be proficient in math. So those types of things, we have discussions with our client, our consumer, our customers. We have to call them customers now. Our customers are many times have those discussions with our counselors, and if they're adamant in going into a profession where it looks like, with all of the information we've gathered, where they do not really meet the qualifications for that area, we may give them the opportunity to start and try, knowing that we may have to come back and redo this plan so that they can be successful. Again, we don't want to crush people's dreams. That's not what we do. I mean, we want to make sure that they are successful, but on the other part of that is we never want to set up our customers for failure as well. So we need to be honest with them sometimes and let them know that we don't think it's the best path for them to take. But again, we give them as much information as we can, and they do have informed choice with everything they do with LRS. So, we will go by what they eventually want to do and where they want to go in their career planning. So what services do we offer? Guidance and counseling is the big one that we provide to everybody on all of our plans. Mental and physical restoration, vocational and other training services, rehabilitation technology, that's devices that they may need to be successful in whatever goals they have in employment. We can possibly do home modifications or vehicle modifications if they need transportation to and from work. We do transition services for youth. Most of those now have become the pre-ETS program, the pre-employment transition services, where we work with students while they're still in secondary or sometimes post-secondary schools, to provide basic services, preparing them to go into VR services. Other services that we can provide, supported employment. This includes the job coaching and the follow-along services like I talked about before for those who need additional supports. Short-term job supports like job coaching, on-the-job training. Jeannie had mentioned customized employment. We do customized employment. And one of the big goals we have in customized employment is we work with employers who are willing to customize a job with the abilities that our customers have. So we look at the abilities that each person with a disability has, and we tailor the job itself around what their abilities are. Small business enterprise, I know she talked about Sydney, I think her name was. Um, that's always something that we look forward to working with, is those that have small business ideas that they would like to open. We are glad to consider those. Now, we do have some things we look at. Again, we want to make sure that the business idea that our customers have are viable business ideas, because we don't want to set them up to fail. We want to make sure that they have a good chance of succeeding. And that's tough in the business world, but we do ask them to be fully prepared to go into a small business. We can provide occupational tools and equipment. We provide the job readiness, search assistance, and job placement skills. So those are the different areas that we provide for our customers. When we're looking at the IPE, we're going to look at identifying a specific guideline in their career path, what their employment goals are, the timeframes for the different services, the who is going to provide those services to them, because we do work with outside organizations as well. The counselor is going to give their feedback to each one of our customers to make sure that they understand what they're doing, what their choices are, what is the best road in the opinion of the counselor, what is the best road for them. And this becomes, a roadmap for them to be successful in their employment and to be independent. These services are individualized, and we know that it doesn't matter what the disability is. You can have 10 people that have the same disability, but that doesn't mean that they all need the same services. We make sure that we individualize the services for each one of those individuals, because some will need more accommodations or more services than others. So we make sure that each one of these plans is an individualized plan.
Sigmund, we
Yes.
do have a question.
Okay.
Someone asked if you could talk a little bit more about customized employment. And do we have a list of employers or agencies that are already set up to provide this?
The customized employment was really slow getting off the ground. And the reason for that is there was some additional training that our vendors that provided the customized employment had to go through. And so just getting it started was kind of a slow process. We've had very few cases that have actually worked through the customized employment statewide. And we don't have, that I know of, a list of employers that are actually working with us to that. The few that I've heard of have been someone that needed the customized employment services. They found a niche for them, and they contacted different employers in those areas that could possibly provide those niches, and got to a point where they actually found one or two that said, yeah, we'll work with that person, and they were very successful in getting them employed. But it's still kind of in its infancy stages. We don't have a lot of those customized employment individuals that are taking part in customized employment statewide right now. Does that answer the question or help?
I think so.
We would like to expand that even more, but it is, I mean, it's kind of backwards in the way we normally do things because usually we get everything up front and then we seek to find employment for our customers. This way, we kind of do everything the other way. We specifically find what the abilities are of our customers and try and find the employer first, and then work backwards from there to make sure they have everything they need um, for that employment. Okay, to go on, there are some of our services that we do look at financial need. Um, Tuition for training, we do look at financial need. Equipment and tools that are required for employment, books and supplies, transportation. Those are services that we do look at financial need. Um, Other services are not based on financial need. And when we look at financial need, we have a guideline for that is basically set up by the federal government that tells us what we need to look at. And I'll show you all that in just a second. But most of our services are not based on financial needs. You'll see the assistive technology is not, with the exception of hearing aids. We do require financial need for the hearing aids that we look at. My screen has seemed to have frozen. Let's see if it works now. Successful employment. I missed some of my slides on here didn't show up. I did talk to y'all about order of selection. The federal government requires that if we don't have enough funding to provide services for everybody who needs funding in the state of Louisiana, that we have to use what we call order of selection. Let's see if I can find those slides real quick. Nope, they're not on here. Anyway, we have the order of selection is divided into 3 different areas. And basically, order of selection, what the federal government tells us we have to do is we have to provide services to those who have the most severe disabilities. To do that, we use the functional capacity areas that we had looked at to determine how many areas of the 8 that they have limitations within. If they have 3 or more excuse me, if they have 3 or more limitations in those 8 areas, then they would be put in order of selection 1, which is the most severely disabled. If they have 1 or 2, then they would be put in order of selection 2. And then if they have 0, but they do have a disability listed, then they would be put in order of selection 3. Now, if for some reason we do not have funding to provide services for all of them, we may have to close 1 or 2 of those orders of selection. Currently, we have all 3 of our order of selections open. So pretty much anyone that has a disability, we can provide services to them. Again, we did receive funding this year, extra funding this year from our Louisiana legislature. The legislature, in giving us that funding, will help to provide services to more people statewide. One of the problems we've had over the past few years is staffing problems. We have been severely understaffed, as pretty much everybody has nowadays, but this will help with those staffing problems. We've already started the process of looking to hire people who are qualified as counselors to provide these services to people with disabilities. After this process, after we go through, the goal is employment. And we do some follow-up services after they are employed for 90 days to make sure everything's going well. Again, we don't want them just to find a job. We want them to find a career. We want them to be a productive member of society who's out there contributing every day. And as you know, our consumers are highly qualified to do these jobs that normal people do on an everyday basis. When we provide services, the employment that we get should be a competitive employment for all of our customers. In other words, they should be being compensated just like anybody else that doesn't have a disability. They should also be in integrated settings. They should be working right alongside of people that don't have disabilities. So all of that is important to us because, again, we want them to be a member of society who is contributing each and every day. We are a part of the Workforce Commission at LRS. We are under the Office of Workforce Development. And if you go to the Workforce Commission's website, LA Works, in the upper right, the Louisiana Rehabilitation Services, there's a little tab. You just click on that and it gives you all of the information for LRS, how to get in touch with us, the different regional offices, um, any other information you need for LRS. So, any questions?
We don't have any as of right now. But we did post the LA Works website in the chat.
This is my information to get in touch with me. I mainly deal with the pre-employment transition services program. So if you have questions of that I would be the one to contact or one of those to contact. But if you're just trying to get someone into our system to get their referral started so that they can be provided services, the best thing to do is just contact one of our regional offices, the one that's closest to you, and they will get you started in the process.
Tiffany Williams asks, can you elaborate on transportation?
Transportation we can provide. A lot of it depends on what other services they're getting. For example, if they need transportation, if we're finding them employment and they need transportation to, they've just started a new employment that we help them find, and they need transportation to and from work. What we usually do is we will help them pay for that transportation, and it could be, public transportation they have. It may be a Lyft transportation, something like that, or till they start getting their paycheck. And then once they start getting their paycheck, we counsel them that should start going toward paying for your transportation. Other services that we may provide transportation is if we're helping them go to a post-secondary education, either a 2-4-year school or technical school. We can sometimes provide transportation for that. A lot of that depends on where the school is, how far it is from their home. If it's better to have them live on campus or off campus and have them, use transportation to get to and from. So all of that is considered, but many times we can help with that transportation as well. One of the problems we face is like through our pre-ETS program, many times these students are doing like field trips and things like that to help them prepare for employment. That's something that we cannot provide transportation for, and that's due to federal requirements. So many times we try and get work done with either our vendors or the school systems to work together to try and get the school system to use their transportation that they already have. So there's different things as far as transportation, but we try and look at whatever we can. If it's a need for our consumer to successfully get employed, then we're going to try and make it happen for them.
Okay, Sigmund, Jared wants to know, what does motor skills mean?
Um, let's see if I can give some examples of motor skills. I think I had a little.
Actually, Jackie highlighted something if you would like me to read it.
Sure.
Hang on. Motor skills are physical skills people have: running, jumping, walking, lifting.
Yes.
Gross motor skills, fine motor skills would include grasping, hand-eye
Yeah.
coordination.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Jackie. Okay. Next, Lenora asks, can you speak a bit about typical timeline from referral to funding for post-secondary studies? Some incoming students were not connected to LRS in high school, so we'd like to provide general guidance to applicants and parents.
We usually tell students they should be starting 6 months in advance to make sure that we have everything we need. Now, a lot of that timeline can be shortened if they're already part of a pre-ETS program and we already have them in our system. But if they're not, if they're starting brand new they're a new customer of ours, then they need to be starting at least 6 months in advance, because from referral to the time they actually get an appointment till they meet eligibility and have an actual plan done, that could be 5 or 6 months. So if they're starting 6 months in advance, then they should be able to get everything done so that, they're ready for school when it starts.
Okay. Laura wanted to know if she can get a copy of the slides. If they get in touch with you, can you
Yes.
provide them with that, or would you prefer them to go through us?
Either way, it doesn't matter. I can provide it to them.
Okay. All right. Let's see what else we have. The questions are really coming in now. Can driver's education be funded through LRS?
That is possible. Well, not a normal driver's education. It has to be for specific areas that we provide services for. It's not the typical driver's ed in high school that we can't do that.
Okay, Kelly asks, can you please elaborate on the field trips that are taken as part of the pre-ETS program?
Yeah, the pre-ETS program, one of the main staples of the pre-ETS program is what we call work-based learning experiences. And work-based learning experiences is basically hands-on, the students actually getting to see what work is really like. In many cases, a work-based learning experience could be a paid or non-paid internship type of thing. It can be volunteer. The most of the time, the field trips that they do are things like job site visits, where they visit a job site, they find everything out about what jobs are available at that job site, what are the requirements for those jobs, those types of things. Some of the other field trips may be for one-on-one where they shadow a person, a job shadowing, and they may shadow that person for 3 to 5 hours just so they can see everything they do on a day-to-day basis to make sure they're saying, okay, I want to do that. Well, once they get into that job shadowing, they may decide, hey, yes, that is what I want to do, or well, maybe I may want to look at something else. So those are usually what the field trip type things are.
Okay. Sherwin wants to know, is there an opportunity to become a vendor for LRS?
Uh, we do still have people becoming vendors for LRS. You would need to contact the regional office in the area you would like to be a vendor, and the vendors are approved through the regional managers of each office. And a lot of it is determined by if they have vendors in those specific areas already, or if they are still in need of vendors in those areas. So if you contact the regional manager, they'll tell you what they can help you with as far as being a vendor.
Okay. And Tony writes, in New Iberia, we've never had any means of transportation where I live. Whom is it that I can contact with in my hometown? This is what and why we're looking into as well. Can someone share their experience in this area?
The New Iberia is under the Lafayette Regional Office. Um, the best thing I could tell you, because I don't know the New Iberia area and what is available, I would contact the Lafayette office and talk to them about that, and I'm sure they would know what is available in the area.
Okay. And Robbie wrote, LRS vendor applications and questions can be sent to lrsvendor@lwc.la.gov.
Thank you, Robbie.
All right, we got 3 more minutes left on this session. If we have any more questions, now would be the time.
We do have 2 questions in the Q&A. Tara's asking, hi, what about young adults who go to college and have degrees but cannot keep a job due to ASD or other?
Absolutely, we can help you find employment. They just need to go through the referral and application process, and once we get them in, we'll do what we can to find them employment.
And the other question is, does LRS assist with GED while in high school? Cannot change IEP from LEAP to TOPS path since they will make son retake all Reg Ed classes he was already in. So trying to do high set GED path to get equivalent.
We have we can advise them where to go to get some help in those areas, but that's pretty much all we do as far as the high set program.
Okay, that looks like we are at time. Thank you so much, Sigmund. You see Sigmund's contact information here, or you can contact any one of the co-hosts at any time. Should y'all have more questions, we can put you in touch with Sigmund or someone from his agency. But thank you so much. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back at 11 o'clock. And our presenters, one of them does do customized employment practices. So a lot of the questions that we had on that may be answered during that session. So thank you all, and we will see y'all back at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back for our next session. Exploring employment opportunities for everyone. We have an exceptional tag team doing this presentation. Erica Pellegrin is the Director of Community Engagement at Terrebonne Arc. And Zelly Guidry is a Certified Employment Support Professional with Employment Solutions of Acadiana. They are both exceptional. Like, we found the most exceptional people in the state. I've worked with both of them over the years in working on employment projects, policy projects, and directly through the services that they provide. This is, I know, an important topic for many people who are interested in employment, and they will provide practical strategies on employment for everyone. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to this exceptional team of ladies to and be ready to get a lot of great information from them. So Erica and Zelly, glad to see you guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Thank you, Bambi, and it's been a pleasure to be here today. We hope everyone's having a great morning, and well, great. Well, we'll get started. Exploring employment opportunities for everyone. So a little bit about what we're going to be talking about today is we'll be discussing various employment services, educational opportunities, and the future of employment. Okay, so the power of inclusion. We want to talk a little bit about what inclusion really is, right? At the root of all progress, whether it's individually or collectively, you have to have a belief system at the core of your foundation, right? So when we're talking about employment today, we're talking about that everything we're going to be talking about in the next hour is that you have to have the belief that this individual or the group of individuals supporting the individual has to believe that they can do anything, anywhere, and with whoever they are, right? Everyone has no limits, and we are stretching behind those limits. What they believe, they become. And that's really about what we're doing, is celebrating diversity and doing all that. So, and I know Deli has some thoughts on that as well.
Yes. So when you're focusing on supported employment, I think it's very important when you're out in the community trying to job develop, you need to focus on good people. You need to find these businesses and managers and coworkers who are going to build the confidence in our clients and help promote them to be the best that they can be. I believe that our clients can do any job there is out there. They just need to be surrounded by positive people who are helping them achieve their goals with their jobs. So that's my belief system.
And like I said, we want to create an environment where everyone feels valued, respected, and empowered. Navigating the job market and a guide. So there are definitely some strategies that we want to talk to you guys about.
Yes, when you're building resumes, we both together feel that a resume is very, very important to focus on what your strengths are, but the application process is just as important. Most companies now don't focus on that resume quite as much as they used to. Their first words are, well, do we have an application yet? So we need to work really hard on those paper applications and computer applications and uploading those resumes to be on the application, but also focus on that application. And we can also use AI assistants and ChatGPT to make our resumes look perfect now. So I'm very appreciative of that. It gives me a new approach and better wording to help my individuals with their resumes. So I do focus on that as well. And then practicing interviews. I feel that during an interview, my client needs to be their self. It's very hard to practice for a job interview because sometimes during the interview, the person I'm helping is going to look at me and say, did I do that right? Is that what you wanted me to say? And it becomes a little awkward. So I try to promote my individual to be themselves. So I allow them the opportunity to answer the question themselves first. And if I see that they're struggling, at this point, I know them and I can just prompt them and I can say, well, tell them what you did when you were at school. Which companies did you work at when you were at school? Or what do you do at home? What do you enjoy doing? Or let's talk about the job that you had before. So I try to handle an interview that way rather than rather than practice it over and over, and then they get stuck in their words and we can't predict what question the employer is even going to ask. So I also remind my people that I'm helping that I did an assessment with you. I met you. You basically interviewed with me and you did fabulous. So just be yourself. Let's go on the interview and be yourself.
Absolutely. And if you want to practice ahead of time, you can, practice with family members. Ask them, to ask you questions. What are some of the gifts and talents you can bring an employer? Or, what are your interests too? So like Ms. Ellie was saying, that's all great stuff. And, the more experience or even like learning right before can give you that confidence in that interview as well with the employer.
Yes, and then we also help set up different online accounts. So some of the online accounts that I like to use is LA Works. Why not turn back to our state? Our state is here to help us. So I would help the person that I'm helping set up that LA Works account because it's very person specific. So each client would need to have their own LA Works account, or we can also look at Indeed and set up an account there. Indeed is a great place to give me ideas of companies that are needing employers. And then I can go to that company in person and I can find out what their needs truly are. And I also like to visit that company's website. So when their job posting is on Indeed, I try to go to their company website and focus on the job application that way rather than through Indeed. That's just my personal preference. Don't know if it's the right way, but that's how I like to do it.
Hey guys, this is Bambi. Zelly, it's people are having a little bit trouble hearing you. You probably not as close to the mic, so both of you guys can talk a little louder.
Sure.
That'd be
Thank you so
great.
much.
Thanks.
Okay. So yes, we were talking about, I guess I'll repeat it just in case, but on our online platforms to search for job openings, I do like to use LA Works. Why not turn back to our state? It is a tool that's been provided to us to look for jobs. So that is very person specific. So I have my clients set up their own LA Works work accounts. I'll help them with that. I also help with Indeed accounts. And I like to search Indeed for ideas for job leads. And then once we see it on Indeed, I prefer to go to the company's site itself and do their application process and follow through with the company, either through the application process or in person. Is that better? My voice?
It seems better. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back on track. So, okay, connecting disability employment services such as vocational rehabilitation programs or disability advocacy organizations. I know LRS was on here right before us and we could not do our jobs without LRS. So sometimes people in the community, they know us because we're out there and we're finding jobs and they may see us or they may talk, the people we help may talk with one another. So then they'll come to us and ask for help, but that first step is LRS. So we will redirect them to LRS, help them with the referral process. Also, if we see that they need other help with their lives, we can help with that too, with mental health, even food stamps, housing. Like we may not know all the answers, but we definitely know which direction to point them to so that they can be successful with a job. A job entails a lot of other life things that we need to make sure are all in order so you are ready to work. And I know you had talked about this.
So one of the things when we're talking to families, it kind of gets lost sometimes when you're talking about the jargon or the different words that people use. But what we kind of bring with families is that you need a scholarship for these programs, and when they're, scholarship is something that pays for the program or the support service. So that's how we kind of look at things. It's like, this is so important that it helps you, go into that, but you do need a funding source.
And when we look at these online hiring platforms, it's great to look at that, but you can't put all of your focus in job development on online platforms because I want to walk into a business. I want to catch the need that business has before they post that job need. I want them to look at my client and my client only. I don't want to be competing with 50 to 100 applicants for that job when I can potentially talk to them and catch them and know what that employer's needs are. So when we're targeting inclusive employers who prioritize disability inclusion and research their commitment to diversity and inclusion, that's when we are in the community and we are figuring out what are your needs? What kind of worker do you need? What kind of hours do you need? So this supported employment and job development is so important to catch these companies when even before they know they need, we got to catch them and try to put this idea in their heads. So about that one.
Absolutely. And also, you know, talk to, you know, people that, you know, that might be already employed, or, you know, families that have an individual employed. Sometimes it's all about who you know when you're looking for a job. So that, you know, some who are already successful. So just continue to, you know, to talk to people that are already successful.
Agree. Build those relationships.
Yes.
And then uncovering your potential in the job market, highlighting neurodiversity as a business asset can improve retention, innovation, and performance. A lot of times the people that I help, their work ethic is amazing. I'm competing with that younger generation whose work ethic may not quite be as high as my clients. So my clients tend to have the reliability, dependability, and also the drive to work. Erica and I, we were talking earlier, this program is because the person wants to work. This is not any kind of program that's been developed and you're being forced to come to us to look for a job. You're coming to us because you have a desire to work. So I often mention that to employers, you know, these people are coming to me because they want a job. That will tell you right there that they are ready. We have looked at everything. We make sure we have transportation under control. We make sure we know what hours their availability are. We're going to be very upfront and honest with you on their availability so we can make a wonderful match for that person and for the business itself. And they become an eye-opening experience for their coworkers. A lot of times it even motivates their coworkers to work even harder, because when they can witness the adversities that these people are overcoming and they are showing that they can be successful, it overall improves the morale of the business, in my opinion. And it also could encourage the business to have more customers because they're so grateful that they've given this person the opportunity to work. Sometimes we want to remove the job description constraints to attract talented job seekers. And the way I look at that is a job description is pretty broad. We can highlight the items that my person can do really, really well. And then we can ask for help on those other things. Like, okay, this might be a little difficult in the beginning. So can we get some assistance with this particular task? And then as other tasks are mastered, we can add this one back in later. So that's a very good negotiating tool with an employer to use their job description, but at the same time, just kind of tailor it to the person and what their needs are. We would conduct inclusive hiring, alternative interviews, bias-free job ads, and training recruiters. So you can attend, you know, as a job developer, if we have people who are on, you know, this presentation today as a job developer, you know, you can build relationships with your community, with the HRMs, which are the human resource societies in your local area, with the businesses, LEDA, Lafayette Economic Development Authority. You can try to build relationships with these people so that you can train those recruiters on what you do. In an alternative interview, I was telling Erica earlier, I like to prepare my employer prior to the interview. If I'm supporting a person who is hearing impaired, I'm gonna explain to the manager, you know, look, we have contracted a sign language interpreter. That interpreter is going to be present for the job interview. That interpreter can also be present during the training process. And it just puts them at ease. I never want to walk into a job interview where that person, that HR personnel or the company representative is not prepared for what their circumstance is. If I have an individual in a wheelchair, I'm going to tell them ahead of time, hey, let's have that chair in the corner so we can easily come in and it just flow naturally. So I think that's really important to prepare the company and the person for their interview before my client walks in the door. And of course, we'd always want to promote visibility and storytelling. We want to share success stories. People with disabilities can also be in leadership roles to shift the culture. And that's what I want for all of my clients. I want them to, of course, have their foot in the door, but to work up that ladder just like anyone else would. So one day they can come back and hire another person. So that's how I feel about that.
Exactly, Zelly. Customized pathways, tailoring career experiences for success. So gaining experience while job searching. So as you're job searching, there are many different tools that you can utilize to start gaining more, work skills and things like that. So explore options such as volunteering, teamwork, and communication skills. These are important things that your employer is going to want on the job. Food banks are wonderful, animal shelters, they're always looking for volunteers. So it's a great way to start learning kind of, all those skills. Internships, gain hands-on experience, mentorship, professional connections through your school or an employer. We really believe in internships, but as Ellie and I were talking to earlier, it's not a long-term goal. It may be just experience oriented, and you're always going to want to look for like a community-based setting for that. And we'll talk more about internships later, but that might be a great entry level into where you're trying to go for your job. Personal projects. Do you have a passion project? It helps demonstrate skills and initiative employers. So there might be something you're working on at home, or you're doing very well. You might have a YouTube channel, something like that. That can also translate into employer related goals in job tasks. Online courses, you can go online. I know Zelly has some resources too, but you can learn different things that in the employment culture that you want to go into, and there's plenty of opportunities. Even YouTube, I know I just mentioned that, but it's got free resources too, so it doesn't always have to be a paid additional education as well. Joining clubs and organizations. This is great. We're all humans and we love to socialize, we love to experience life. When we're having those experiences, that leads us to more personal development and growth development. So look into joining something that might be in your interest, or even, it doesn't have to be a large club. It could be just 4 people. If you want to just get like-minded people together, share. They may know employment experiences as well. And sometimes, again, it's sometimes who you know, and that can lead you to your next chapter. One of the things too that, might be a great thing to learn before you get, you might be, while you're waiting to job search for a job, is learning our public transportation system. If you do have transportation in your community, learn it. You can learn it either individually or ask for assistance from someone but that is a great tool to utilize in order to be more independent to where you're trying to go and with your schedule. So it's just another kind of experience you can tool to put in your tool bag. Community mapping. When I say community mapping, it's also sometimes we, and a lot of us like to work and thrive in the community that we are from. I love being from down the Bayou, so I like to have my work and play kind of like in my community because I know those people. I'm going to have great experiences. So when we're working with individuals, we want them to be part of their community. We want, if they're doing something, that they're working with other people that they can live and thrive with as well. And to finish off that, forgot to mention about informational interviews. If there's somebody you really want to work at, or that might be your dream, set aside, or we can help you call, or if you want to call, but ask for 20 minutes of someone's time and let them, take you through the process of what it might take some stuff to work there, or you might need these skills. How does that work? But it's just getting information, and information is so important in trying to get to where you're wanting to go.
Definitely. I agree with everything Erica said on that. And examples of like online courses, even Mavis Beacon, like practicing your typing, just so that when you enter the workforce, you're ready. Sometimes there's a downtime. LRS spoke earlier, sometimes you have a wait, you have a month's wait, a month to 6 months, it takes a while. We understand that. So if you're in accounting, you want to continue to brush up your accounting skills, your typing skills, your just even interacting with people skills. That's something very simple, but it's going to keep you in that realm and so prepared for that job interview where you can have your time to shine. So keeping yourself ready.
Yes. Empowering abilities, customizing employment for all. So I know this is a big topic that we want to talk about today. So what exactly is customized employment? It develops customized competitive job opportunities that align with individual skills and interests instead of fitting people into existing roles. So Zelly and I were kind of talking earlier, and it mimics supported employment because like LRS was mentioning before, it be individualized services for every individual. Everyone is not a one stop. This is how we're going to do it. So we really do customize every role. Part of that is negotiating with the employers, and we have different strategies for that will be going on, but it's about really customizing what the interests are, the contributions, and the talent of the job seeker. They gain independence, and the main really focus that we really want is that it's about, putting all that into the beginning of all of this. We want long-term high success for that individual. So we negotiate personalized job descriptions to mutually benefit both employer and employee. So before that person is usually placed in that position, we've had many conversations with the employer. We might have had many conversations with human resources. We might, and we might have had many conversations with the natural supports of that individual's team, because it does take a supportive team effort that everyone is on board so that that person can reach their highest potential, so that person can go to work every day feeling supported, but also being as independent as that individual wants to be. And we make sure that we're providing those supports as needs are arising, because we feel that if you're in that moment in time when they're needing those supports, they're going to have a longer success rate, and we want them to stay employed, just like everyone else.
Definitely. And Erica and I were speaking earlier, I officially do not provide customized employment, but as she mentioned earlier, everyone's job is customized. Every single person, when you go into a job interview, you are just naturally customizing that position for yourself and for the individuals that we support. So I feel every client that I assist gets some sort of customized employment. We are either job carving, we are adjusting whatever's necessary, or we're adjusting absolutely nothing because our person fits so perfectly with what the role is. So it really is very individualized. It's very focused on the person's needs and their wants. We have to make sure that this is a job that that person wants to do. If they don't have the desire to do the job, it's going to be very hard to be successful. So we need to continue searching at that point. Another thing is, you had mentioned earlier, like going out into the community and wanting to see things. Ask for a tour. Even during a job interview, you can ask your employer, please take me on a tour, because it's so easy to sit at a desk and agree to a job or disagree with a job. But if you see what the everyday life is, what is the environment like? What's the lighting like? What's the volume of this place? Is it something that's way too loud, that it's overstimulating and I would not be able to handle it? So a tour is so important to make a really good job match. So that's part of customizing anyone's employment, in my opinion. So.
Oh, and everything is figure outable. We overcoming barriers to employment. So flexible strategies and customizing employment. So I think we were talking about it too. We're natural problem solvers. So, and when it comes to customized employment and supportive employment, like you are trying to make all the pieces fit together, right? So there are many different components to this, and it's about being flexible and adaptable. We feel as well. So you know, if you're going in with that kind of thing, it's just, we can overcome anything and we can figure it out, and we're going to help you figure it out, and we're going to do this together. You're not alone in this. You're going to have supports from an employment specialist. You know, employment specialists can help you facilitate your funding, or we talked about like a scholarship earlier through waiver or, you know, LRS with your employer. You know, we can also customize job descriptions. I think, you know, we were talking about that too. You know, in typical employee, like everyone, you know, we can customize job descriptions for the gifts and talents of that individual. You know, you really want to have that person, you know, put their best foot forward, and the employer will get a lot more productivity too when the person is interested in it and loves what they're doing. And, you know, developing a set of job tasks, work schedule, and job arrangements.
Yes. Even like just as simple as a work schedule. When I walk into a business, I try to tell them the exact days and times that my client is available, because I'm trying to keep everybody happy. I'm trying to keep the employer happy, their parents happy, my person that I'm helping happy, their transportation provider happy, because there's a lot of aspects that go into this. So it's so much better to be upfront and honest with that employer of what their true availability is. You can't always walk in there and say, oh, I have an open availability 7 days a week. And then 2 days after they've been working, you're back in there trying to negotiate something. I don't think that's fair to the employer. So I would much prefer to tell that employer ahead of time what we need and what we're hoping for. Now, we can always adjust to what the employer's needs are, but to try to keep it an open arrangement that makes it happy and that makes it positive for the employer and for my person. And we spoke about earlier that we would train their supervisors and get strategies for long-term job success. And you have to do that sometimes. You have to keep that open lines of communication. You know, do we need a new natural support person because this person's not working enough? You know, the trainer's not there at the same time the client's there. And we also need to reassure your person that you're helping, as well as the business, that we are providing support and services for the duration of the job. We are always here in case they need help with anything. So that's part of providing services and supports at the job location. Redefining your experiences and finding your unique career path. Focusing on self-discovery, identifying skills and interest in non-traditional evaluations. I think with this particular part, it begins with an assessment. LRS will normally give us an assessment for each client. That's whenever I'm able to meet the client, I'm able to build a rapport with the client, find out who their natural support, like who their support people are in their lives, get their basic demographics so that I'm totally prepared to fill out a job application and new hire paperwork. I also verify that there's a valid driver's license or a valid state ID. I make sure it's not expired. People don't realize that can delay a start process for a job. I also make sure that they can put their hands on their social security card or their birth certificate, because that can also delay. We have to fill out an I-9, which requires copies of all of that. I would like to talk to their families during that assessment process, find out, you know, what are they good at? What are they doing at home? Are they helping you with specific chores? Are they handling the pet's needs, their own personal pet? Different things of that nature. You know, what jobs have they done before? So even teachers are a great resource to point me in the right direction for this person. So during that assessment is when I am doing a self-discovery for the person, and also building my confidence in where I need to go for this particular person. We offer career mapping sessions and pathway guidance. That could be vocational if they have a self-employment goal. The LRS representative mentioned that earlier. You know, they can go back to LRS and get some help for that. A good example of that was the Randolph Shepherd program. Also during an assessment, sometimes we become aware that this person is not job ready. They may have a desire to go to school, and that might not have been discussed during the referral process at LRS. So we may have to redirect them back to LRS for a bachelor's degree, an associate's degree, a trade. So during that assessment process, I really try to figure out, is employment your true goal? Is that what you're ready for? And sometimes they're not ready for a community employment, which is perfectly fine. That's where the ARC comes in, and we can refer them back out to those situations. And the ARCs is, it's a spot where they can develop skills. And I like to tell parents, if that is the direction that's taken, this is considered a start for you as an individual or for their child. It's not the end. We are starting here so that this person can be better prepared to work in the community. We also facilitate internships. We talked about that earlier. If I'm facilitating an internship, I'm going to want an end date on that internship. I do not want this to be something that will last forever and my person not to be paid for the work that they are doing. So I'm really big on that. If we are negotiating an internship, it's going to be very, very short. This is to just see if we're a match, but we are striving for employment. That is the goal here. It's not to go and, spend a little time doing work for free. Not the case. We support vocational rehabilitation. It helps overcome functional and cognitive job barriers. And that's what we do every day. We're just going out into the community to help this person overcome their functional and cognitive barriers. That's our mission.
Reimagining, supporting personal growth learning for employment success. Provides support services that combine career counseling, mental health support, and self-advocacy training. Sally, I know this is your expertise too.
Well, we're both definitely experts in it. So when I'm helping my person find a job, I want to help the best version of that person. So I need to make sure that they are adhering to their mental health requirements as far as counseling visits, adhering to their medication, and also going to every single physician's appointment that's keeping them healthy and physically healthy, or just their basic health needs, that all of that's being addressed so that I can help the best version of themselves. And I was also telling Erica earlier, sometimes my employers and the natural support person, they come back to me and they're saying, hey, something's not right. And it's out of concern. They're noticing that this person might not be taking their medication, or their medication may not be working. Like sometimes our employers will notice that before a family even notices that. So we have such wonderful employers out there who just become so involved and want to see our person, be successful. So I appreciate that so much. So we do encourage medication compliance, counseling visits, and physician's appointments. We ensure faculty readiness by providing inclusive training. An employer, when I go in for jobs, or when a person might start their job, the employer will often ask me, how should I do this? How do I handle this? And I try to just put them at ease and just say, just like you would with anyone else. We're going to do the new hire paperwork exactly how you do it with anyone else. And we just started off that way. And then throughout the process, if there are some things that, if I need to write for my person, some things on the form, well, then I'll just, politely grab it, pass it to me and I'll fill it out for them. Or if they have to sign their name and they don't know what the date is, I'll often just write the date on another piece of paper on the side. And then when that person comes time to do the date, I'll simply point to the date, and then they're so confident in themselves. I try to see what they need ahead of time. So that's how I try to provide a more inclusive hiring process, so that they don't stand out during an orientation. If we're in a room with 5 other new hires, I try to just keep it naturally flowing and be a silent little partner helping with whatever they might need. But I do encourage that employer to keep it flowing as naturally as it would with anyone else. Okay. We want to unlock our hidden talents, the future of supported employment. So of course we would utilize discovery, planning, negotiation, and post supports. So our post supports, I think, is what is important. It never ends. As long as I am doing my job, I will be there to help you. And also I would like to point out, when I first started this job, I was Monday through Friday, 8 to 4:30. I would call you back the next day. You can't do that in this world. If someone's having a bad day at 8 o'clock at night, their shift ended at 8. Well, I need to talk to them at that moment because they may not get a good night's sleep because they're so worried about what happened at work. They may quit their job, that day, quit their job or not show up the next day. So I really try to make myself be available. When we have a bad day, we all go home to our spouses. I mean, Erica and I joked about that earlier. Even in this presentation, we have to go back to our spouses and vent and get some assistance. Sometimes the people we help, they don't have that person, whether it's a parent or a spouse. So I am that person. And sometimes the way they feel, we can regroup it and we can put it in a positive manner where they're like, oh, I didn't see it that way, or oh, that is how they were approaching it. So you really have to be available to address things right then and there. You want to align the task to the individual's strengths and interests. You want to enhance the engagement and productivity. We did say this earlier. We have to make sure that this person is interested in the job. We just do. And I also like enhancing their engagement. I try to, if my clients need some support, I try to guide them to self-advocate, to go to that employer, to ask for the support themselves. And I can either be with them or I can come back in after the fact to help with that. And as simple as a raise, a lot of times our clients, they don't know how to ask for a raise, but it's time for a raise. So I'll definitely help them with that, but I try to have them be with me so they can either self-advocate or I can step in if they're struggling. We talked about negotiating modified job scopes, supports, flexible hours, streamlining tasks. I think we've already addressed that. Incorporate interest and skill-based self-employment opportunities. So if someone's interested in self-employment, I would redirect to LRS. Also, I would direct them to the local college. Most colleges have a small business development association, which is amazing. I mean, they will break it down and that's their job to help you promote your business. So I try to redirect the people if they're interested in that. We want to provide job coaches and on the job mentors for training and adjustments. Job coaches benefit our person that we're helping, but it also benefits the company. Companies will sometimes need to pay 2 people. They're paying my person to do their job, and then they're paying the trainer. So that incurs some extra costs. And that trainer may be there extra days because of like an extended training period. So you can negotiate that with an employer. You can say, hey, I've paid attention to all the job tasks. So I feel confident that I can stand here if your trainer needs to do something else, or if your trainer needs a day off to help with that employer's budget. So we are a free resource that can stand next to the client and continue that training process as a job coach. Fostering community inclusion and business benefits from non-traditional talents. Oftentimes our clients have the talent to do that repetitive task that other people just don't want to do. So that benefits our person. It gives them the opportunity to do a job, and it benefits the coworkers because it allows them to focus on other important things. And then the business will in turn benefit from that situation as well.
Absolutely. Okay, I love this quote. We were talking about this quote earlier. Education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. And that's what we're hoping to have an impact today. Because what we're learning is the future generations that are coming through the schools that we're going to start seeing as they're entering adulthood are going to be different from the generations that we're serving now. So it's really powerful that all of us are adapting and learning and having growth within our disabilities community. Seeking what works best for every individual, and then how to provide those sports, any access that they want in life. It's just Education and knowledge can change, that individual, then it ripples out to their family and then our community and eventually the world. So it can happen right in our backyard. Bridging the gap, educational strategies for inclusive workforces.
Sure. Using multiple forms of learning formats, we would want to focus on, does this individual prefer to learn through auditory, visual, or tactile? Sometimes that person may not even be aware of what they would prefer. So I do try to pay attention to how they're learning. So I'll focus on that. Integrative assistive technology, screen readers, voice to text tools, sign language interpreters. We can do, if it's an equipment, if it's a chair that they need specific to their physical impairments, lighting. So we can provide whatever kind of assistant technology that person needs. We would implement individualized education plans or transition plans to support students through school to work shifts. So this is where our teachers come in, and they're doing that community-based work where they're taking them off site and they're learning how to work in the community. So I try to gather as much information from the teachers and from the jobs that they did so that I know what they will be successful at and what they liked. I mean, sometimes, I ask them, tell me where you worked. What if there's 4 places, what was your favorite? Which one did you not like? Like, I need to pay attention to all of those little details. You want to provide ongoing professional development for instructors, emphasizing strength-based inclusive teaching. We were talking earlier, we have schools now, we have public schools, we have private schools, we have charter schools. We also have home-based learning. We have individuals that are staying home, or a homeschool program under a roof with multiple students there. We have to make sure that those people are not being left in the dark. I think our public school system does an excellent job of transitioning, but I feel some of those other students are just not getting the information they need. So we need to do a better job of getting out into the community and telling those people. The community-based learning, we did talk about that. Working in the community is amazing. I often thank an employer for giving my person the opportunity to learn those skills. Develop strong school-to-work partnerships, internship pipelines, employment training aligned with the workforce needs. Just make sure you know your community and what types of jobs are needed.
Yeah. Inclusive education, paving the way to meaningful employment. We believe that when you introduce employment as early as middle school and high school, it really does set them up for long-term success. I know some school districts in Louisiana are definitely paving the way for those experiences, and it's really important that they're doing it. Some of them are doing it within their own schools, some are doing it community-based businesses, but it does increase employment success. So have your school districts, have conversations, what can we do for students with disabilities? One of my little things, and I'll introduce it, but like people going to college have guidance counselors that will help them get to college. The ones that want to go into work programs, they have the guidance counselors to go into work. Students with disabilities don't necessarily have opportunity for people to, instead of outside of their transition programs, but to give them those opportunities to see what can happen after post-secondary. These kind of ideas and tenets can really help them kind of already know, like when they leave high school, what is next for them, how they're advocating. So advocate for your school districts to have community-based programs with local job sites. Like we said, social enterprise is not it's the beginning. We want them to be in hospitals, parish government, you name it. We want them to be working in their community. Train educators and school leadership on the pathways to employment programs for students with disabilities. Once it becomes more conversations, not just within like a special education department, but throughout the entire schools where all students with disabilities are valued throughout the whole process. It's about all of us and not just one of us. Advocate for parent nights for families with students with disabilities with community agencies. Bring everyone together. We're all a part of this. When we know with individuals collectively, again, they have more people that can help and assist them throughout their life journey with employment. And there are special education advisory committees in your school district throughout Louisiana. Join one. They're full of parents, they're full of collaborators, and they're full of even doctors, pediatricians that can help, with ideas and community, awareness when it comes to supporting students with disabilities.
Unleashing the potential, innovative approaches to employment, redesign recruitment, use skill-based assessments, alternative interviews, and reduce bias. This goes back to just preparing your employers in the community, making sure that they see your client's abilities. We're not going to focus on the disability. We're going to focus on the ability and their desire to work for your company. We want to adopt AI bias audits, to prevent disability discrimination in automated hiring systems. So I'm not sure if you guys know, but more recently, when we're doing an online application, we have the opportunity to click a button that says you are opting out of AI review. I personally think that's the best way to do it. An AI reviewer may not see those abilities on that job application. So I try to opt out and definitely speak with that personnel person so that they know who my person is, what their name is, what their availability is, and what they want to do. We want to build mentorship programs, pairing people with disabilities, employees with senior staff, easing the onboarding and growth. It's also known as those natural support trainers. We talked about that earlier. Our natural support trainers is what helps our clients be successful. This one? Okay. Beyond the labels and redefining employment. That's okay. Redefining employment with inclusion and support. So we want to shift from strength-based framework. We want to celebrate our person's unique abilities and not focusing on their deficits. We want to standardize job accommodations, flexible schedules, assistive devices, physical workspace adjustments. We want to abolish sub-minimum wage. That is abolished. I just wanted to mention that it is abolished across the board. So if they are at an ARC or if they're in a community, every person we are helping is making at least minimum wage or more. And if an employer asks me, well, how much do I pay for this position? You pay exactly what you would pay anyone else. So I do try to encourage that. Embedded persons with disability leadership into decision-making roles. That's where I try to aim for that self-advocacy. Try to promote my client in their own confidence in advocating for themselves and what they need. We want to frame disability inclusion as a strategic HR, not charity. It drives retention, engagement, and innovation. So we're able to provide our employers with on-the-job training, which is paid back to the employer. We can also set them up with the work opportunity tax credit. But in my opinion, that comes after the fact. I need to make sure that you are wanting to hire my client for them and for what they want to do and that it's a match for y'all. The work opportunity tax credit and on-the-job training payment, that needs to be discussed last, because I don't want a company that's doing it because they're benefiting from it. They're benefiting from hiring my client because they are getting a good worker. So we focus on that, and then we can come in after with things that are going to promote their business and help them, like a little thank you after the fact, but not something that I always talk about ahead of time. Speaking of time, I know we're kind of close, so we're zooming. Okay, this one?
Yep.
Okay. Education and revolution, discovering the workplace opportunities for all. Partners in education and industry through professional development and school curriculums. You want to provide further training, like for those currently employed. Our LRS representative mentioned that earlier. We need to shift more towards that. People have jobs. We need to make the job better for them. We need to also promote them to step up the ladder and to become trained and ready for that next position. There's a lot of free training programs. I also wanted to mention at this point, we're very lucky. She has Nichols, Bridge to Independence, and we have UL Life program that are all amazing. In Lafayette, we also have the Quad. That's been amazing to continue these people to be ready for the workforce. We want to use policy levers, incentive, inclusion through hiring quotas, wage subsidies, and on-the-job trainings. And this is where you want to check yes, that you do have a disability on your job application, because it's going to help that company reach their quota. So it helps give that job. We want to reform transitional policies, ensure smoother movement from school to the workplace. So again, this is where we need to thank our transition team for getting our students, whether it's in high school or college, ready for the workforce. And one thing that we didn't mention that I'd like to mention now is easing their fear of losing Social Security. So if that's something that a parent is coming to the teachers often about, or, I wouldn't do my job if I was taking people's checks away. When they're ready and they want to reach a point where they don't need it, that's perfectly fine. But when you're starting out this job process, it's not the time. That's your constant flow of income, and that's your healthcare coverage. These are all very important things that our people need to sustain their lives. So I try to ease that fear. And the second my clients get a job, they do get referred to back to LRS, who helps them understand their benefits and gives them a benefit analysis. So that's everything. Y'all may have questions now.
Great presentation. Thank you, guys. If anyone has any questions, you can put it in the chat. I do not see any questions. Let's see. No questions and no Q&A. You did a great job. You answered all the questions. I told everyone you were great. So we appreciate you sharing your expertise and information in regards to this. We will be taking a break, I believe. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble pulling up my screen, but it's a break. I think we have our lunch break at right now, and we'll be returning at 1 o'clock for breakout sessions. So everyone come back at 1, and we have 3 options for breakout sessions for you guys. Thanks again, Erica and Zelly.
Thank you, Bambi. We've enjoyed this experience with you guys.
Definitely. Thank y'all so much for having us. And please, our email addresses are at the end of the presentation. Feel free to ask questions anytime. Definitely would love to help. And I hope I spoke loud enough. I was yelling on this.
So the first session that I'm going to share in the chat box is going to be the benefits planning. You can hop on that and then rejoin us after that session is done. And then for those of you who want to join the breakout session with Lighthouse, Louisiana, I'm sharing that one now. Same thing, feel free to join it and then hop back on after so you could enjoy our panel. So this breakout session here is on the post-secondary education opportunities in Louisiana in La Pie. Our speaker today is Dr. Mary Broad. She is an associate professor in the College of Education at Nicholls State University, and she is in her 33rd year of education. She is a certified teacher in general and special education and has held positions in the public school system as a school administrator and district administrator. Dr. Broad is a co-founder and the faculty advisor of the Bridge to Independence program at Nicholls State University since its inception in 2016. Dr. Broad has served on the GACTA Council and currently is a member of the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Advisory Council and is a consultant for the Louisiana Post-Secondary Inclusive Education, known as LAPI. So you could go ahead and take it away, Dr. Broad.
Thank you very much. I am going to go ahead and share my screen so that you can see the PowerPoint that I have set for today.
Did you call that?
It's,
Or you can.
okay, so you should be able to see that. I am, if not, please let me know.
We are not seeing it as of yet.
Not seeing it. Let's see, because I can see it. Going to share. share my entire screen. How about that?
No, ma'am, we're not seeing it.
Okay, let me go back and share again. Still no?
Still no. Do you want to send it to me and I can share it from here and you can just tell me when to flip it over?
Let's see. I can share it with you. Okay, I'm sending it. Did you get it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how's that?
Fantastic.
Okay, great, great. Okay, so thank you for having me today. I'm so excited to be here and share information with you all. As Jackie said, I am a professor at Nicholls State University in the College of Education. I have worked with individuals with disabilities for all of my 32 and a half years of education. And most recently, I do work with the Bridge to Independence program at Nicholls. I helped to co-create that program, and also I work with different programs throughout the state through LAPI as a consultant. You can go ahead to the next one. So, what is inclusive post-secondary education? It's education at a level that follows the completion of high school. It's typically found on university campuses, colleges, as well as vocational schools. These opportunities were made possible from the Higher Education Opportunity Act of 2008. This opened the doors for college experiences for students, specifically with intellectual disabilities. Go ahead. So, what is a CTP? Because programs can exist without being a CTP. So, what is really good about the CTP is that it allows the students that are enrolled to be able to access some financial aid. So, a CTP is a comprehensive transition post-secondary program. It is a federal accreditation that ensures that the programs are of high quality, and they are accessed at universities, colleges, community college settings for students with an intellectual disability. So they are offered at institutions of higher education. They are designed to support students with an intellectual disability who are seeking to continue their academic or technical career, job skill career with an independent living instruction component. It includes an advising and curriculum structure within the program, and 75% or more of the time that students are in the program is in an inclusive setting, so with typical peers that are non-disabled. Next. So this shows to date the number of programs throughout the United States. When we started Bridge in 2016, there were only 4 programs in Louisiana. So with the work of LAPI, we have helped other institutions to create programs, and you see now the total number on this map is 10 programs, 8 of the 10 are CTP programs. This graphic comes from Think College. If you're not familiar with the website Think College, it is a great website that offers a abundance of information for CTP programs and other programs. So it's a good website to go and look at if you're interested in these programs and others. Next. So LaPi began in 2019. The mission was to increase the opportunities for inclusive post-secondary programs throughout Louisiana. The first 2 years of LaPi was funded through the DD Council. It was a grant that was awarded to Southeastern, and Southeastern developed LaPi with the mission of helping other programs to get started. So it was myself and Dr. Beckers from Southeastern that kind of had this brainstorm of trying to get this together. And it was successful through the DD Council. After the 2 years ran out, the funding with the DD Council, Act 682 came about, and we'll talk more about that through the PowerPoint. And that is what is currently funding LaPi. Next. So why are these programs important? So, and why do we need LaPi? So CTP programs typically are not funded through the university or community college. When we started the Bridge program, everyone thought it was a fantastic idea, but there were no funds to begin the program. The program at UL Lafayette was a donation that came about. We do talk about the federal aid that is available to students. That's coming from the federal government. That's not coming from the university. So these programs needed some type of funding stream to have longevity. So that's one reason why we wanted LaPi to be developed. And what do you need the funding for? We need funding for staffing. We need people to staff the programs. We need the funding for the program to be able to be sustained over time. We don't want to start a program and then the program cannot survive without funding. So it has to be sustained. Most of the funding is needed for program startup. It takes money to figure out how these programs start and develop. So that was one reason for the funding. And we also continually need funding to expand our programs. So those were the reasons why we wanted to start LaPi to help to get these goals attained. Next. So what are the outcomes of LaPi? So when the discussion started and when we ended up talking to different legislators and senators, and we needed someone to write a bill or something. We looked at the model that is in Florida, and we kind of recreated what they were doing. Florida does have monies that are appropriated in their state budget for CTP programs. So that would be the best case scenario. When we talked to different senators and legislators, they weren't quite sure if that could be attained here, but they did want to write something to help us to, get some funding. So Act 682 was created, and that did become law. And the purpose behind that is to create an alliance, which is LaPi, to increase post-secondary opportunities for individuals with intellectual disabilities in such programs. It sets the standard for our post-secondary programs. Through LaPi, we are able to provide mentoring and technical assistance to staff at other institutions to be able to begin programs and for their programs to be successful and be sustained. We help to develop resources in these programs, and we were successful in being able to lobby for some monies the first year. In 2022, we were able to receive $1 million, and that's in the post-secondary fund. So LaPi comes under the post-secondary fund. The fund primarily is to begin more and new programs throughout the state. In 2023, we were able to secure an additional $1 million, and in 2020, well, the 2022 was for 2 years, so it was $1 million for 2022 and $1 million for 2023. We did not lobby for monies this past legislative session because we have not spent all of the monies that we have, so we decided to not lobby for that this year. And we have a board that meets to make these decisions of how we go forward. And so we'll be meeting soon to determine if we're going to need to continue to lobby for additional funding. Next. So what did we do? We looked at other states, to develop our CTP. We looked at Florida. We researched that information. We did collaborate with many, many people when we began this work to brainstorm exactly how, we could do this work. And like I said, we had reached out to legislators and others, advocates, to help us to figure out how exactly we could secure some funding for the programs, because the startup cost is needed, for staff. You can't run a program if you don't have staff. So we were pretty successful in doing that. Next. So the policy and legislation, it was Senate Bill 192 that provides for these funds. The legislation was signed in June of 2022, and it established the Louisiana Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Fund, which finances the creation of additional programs. It helps to expand our existing programs, and it does fund LaPi. So like I said before, that first $1 million, the majority of that money was utilized for colleges and universities to complete an application saying that they were interested in having a program. And then our board, the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Board, looked at those applications and decided which ones were going to be funded. They were funded in excess of $80,000 to get started. $100,000 was set aside for LaPi, and we have not had any other funding for LaPi since that time. We've been doing pretty good on those monies to help coordinate for additional programs at other institutions throughout our state. Next. So this was a picture of Governor Edwards when he did sign that bill. We had a lot of our program students from UL, Southeastern, BRCC, Nichols, to go and celebrate the signing of Senate Bill 192. That was just a wonderful, wonderful day for us in Baton Rouge. It was a dream come true. Next. So like I said, it was Act 682 that went to that Senate bill, and it has been funded every session. We do have to go and advocate for additional funds. And like I said, this past year, we decided, that we still had funds to appropriate, and we have successfully had many, many more programs start. Like I said, when we began, our programs were the majority below I-10. And so there was a need for programs in the central part and the north part of our state, which we have worked on getting those up and running. Next. So it talks about Act 682, what we were charged to do. So we were charged with providing technical assistance to different institutions who wanted to become CTPs. We had them to develop, we developed applications, and they had to apply with those applications to be able to tell us how they wanted to start the program and exactly how the program would run. The CTP, it is an application through the United States Department of Education. We just guide the institutions in writing those applications. And they're pretty lengthy and they're pretty detailed. You have to identify how the students will be engaged with non-disabled peers for the percentage of time that the CTP requires. There's very you have a lot of flexibility in setting up your program. Not every program runs the same way, but we all have to run within the constraints of what a CTP is. So programs look different. So if you're interested in attending a program, it's good to look at all of the programs in the state and see what they all offer, because we are all CTPs, but we all do run our programs a little bit differently. So that's kind of the beauty of it. You do have a choice. Next. So like I did say, the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Advisory Council is a council that meets. We meet, when we started, we met pretty regularly every month. And then once we started to get applications in for new programs, and then we had, people from LaPi that would help those programs. We meet quarterly pretty much now. We've had like 3 rounds of requests to all of the universities and all of the community colleges in our state. We send out the application to everyone and say, hey, if this is something that you would like to have on your campus, fill out the application and you could be awarded some monies for startup. So that has gone out for the past 3 years. And at the beginning, we had a lot of applications. And the last round, we received 2 additional applications. So we still are gaining applications for institutions that still want to create programs. So that's really wonderful to have a variety of locations and programs in our state. So this advisory council is the one that oversees getting the work started, and LaPi assist in supporting the programs. And our next phase that we're looking at is going to be going into programs and reviewing to make sure that they're ready for the next step, which is accreditation, which a program has to be in existence for 3 years before they can apply for accreditation. So that's going to be the next steps that LaPi is going to be looking into, supporting existing programs through that accreditation phase. Next. So what are the programs? So the current programs that began in 2015, Lions Connected and UL Life began in 2015. Bridge to Independence began in 2016. And then the Program for Successful Employment at BRCC. And there's another program, same name, at Bossier Parish Community College. They started a few years prior to Southeastern and UL Lafayette through a different TIPSY grant that was offered through the United States. But those are the programs that we began with when we started this work. Next. So since we started this work, we have seen the Spiro program at LSU-A in Alexandria. That program is up and running and they are a CTP. the Integrative Community Studies program at Louisiana State University. Call that one Big LSU. They are up and running. They are a CTP. Most recently, the ACES program at the University of Louisiana at Monroe. That program has completed a full year. And then our newest program that is getting ready to get started is the Prime program at McNeese. Next. So future programs, when some of the institutions put in their applications, they have time to develop their program. So programs that are in the development stage, Fletcher Community College is one of the newest institutions that is coming on board. So they're in the beginning and planning stages. Central Louisiana Community College in Alexandria, they are also in the beginning stages of planning. University of New Orleans, that program is going to be called JAG-U. They are a little bit beyond their beginning stages. They have, they're writing their CTP application, so that should be submitted pretty soon, if not already. And then the Exceptional Knights Academy at Southern University in New Orleans, they have their CTP application submitted and they are waiting for approval. So these are 4 more programs that are going to be up and coming very, very soon. Next. So the legislation, we were very happy, that the DD Council helped us. They helped to advocate for funding for creation of new programs in 2022. We were successful. We established the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Fund, which are the monies that help to create these programs after the application phase. We've been able to secure additional money since 2022, an additional $2 million, which, like I said earlier, we still have some of those monies in reserve. And that's why we did not do any active ask for funds this year. And most of the programs are using the monies for staff to be able to hire people to run the programs, which, is the largest cost. Next. So these are 2 of our students with Senator Boudreaux. One is a current student and one is an alum. So our student and our alum came with us to the Capitol and they testified to be able to say what are the pros of having these programs in our state. We have students that are advocates in different communities and different organizations. We have alumni that come and talk. Mitch is one of the alums from Nichols, and he came and testified about how he is living independently since he completed the program. And he has had several jobs. He is actually holding 2 jobs currently. And at the time, they asked, what were the benefits and what did he learn? And he just said that he's just so thankful for the program to develop skills for the jobs that he has. And at the time of the meeting, tax time had just passed, and he let everyone know that he had just filed his taxes, and he's a productive citizen, paying his taxes like everybody else. And, these testimonies are very important to show the progress and the good work that all of the programs are doing throughout the state so that we can continue doing the good work. Next. So this is a flyer that the Board of Regents, who oversees colleges and universities, put together, and it's some success stories of our students Mitch is on there that I just spoke about. It talks about what is the Post-Secondary Inclusive Education Fund, how is it funded, and the different things that we have done. It talks about the new programs that have been established through this fund. It does talk about the ACT, talks about a little bit of the work of LaPi. Two of the other students on this particular flyer, Sean Adams, he's a alumni from Bridge. He was in our very first cohort. He works for the clerk of court's office in Lafourche Parish, and he has been holding that job for almost 8 years now. Another student, Mary Zush, she is another completer from the first cohort in Bridge, and she works for the district attorney's office in Lafourche Parish, and she is living independently in her own apartment, caring for her cat, and works at the DA's office. And she is also celebrating her 8-year work anniversary. So these are definite success stories that we love to share, and help to show that the monies that are being awarded to us are being used for the good of individuals to be productive citizens, to live independently, as much as they can. And, this is just wonderful testament and testimonies about our success of our graduates. Next. So it's a little snippet, the rest of the slides. So this is some of the students in the ACES program at the University of Louisiana at Monroe. I just wanted you to see some of the bright faces of our students and our staff. Next. And this just tells you a little bit about the ACES program. All of our programs service students with intellectual disabilities. That is the criteria. Some of our students do have other exceptionalities, but students in all of our CTPs must have an identified intellectual disability. Next. So this is a student who is doing an internship at Chick-fil-A for the Program for Successful Employment at Bossier Parish Community College. Next. And this just tells you a little bit about that Bossier program. Their goal is to provide vocational and essential skills for work training, which is for all of our programs. That is one of our goals. Next. So this is some of the students at LSU Community Program. This is the program at Big LSU. And they have a buddy club. Next. They do have a 2-year program. Some of our programs are 2 years. Some of our programs are 4 years. This is a 2-year program. They do have residential housing on campus for students who are interested in living on campus. Next. This is the UL Life program, University of Louisiana at Lafayette. They have been in existence since 2015. They have the highest number of students enrolled. They enroll up to 40 students. So this is a very large program. Next. They do have residential housing on campus. They have a 2- and a 4-year program. So students go in for the 2-year program, and then they are invited for the 4-year program. Next. This is Spiro, LSU A at Alexandria. This is a program. They do not offer residential housing, so it's a day program. They run 4 days a week. They have 12 students as of now. We're all getting ready to start the semester. I know Nichols is starting next Monday, so everybody's up and ready to run. Next. So they tell you, you know, the focus is independent living and employment, workforce training. You know, that is a goal of all of our programs. I'm trying to give you a little tidbit of each program. Next. So this is the program where I am, Bridge to Independence, Nicholls State University in Thibodaux, very, very south part of Louisiana. Next. So we started as a 2-year program, and this past fall, this will be our first year as a 4-year program. We do offer and encourage students to live on campus. Next. This is the program for successful employment at BRCC. See all of our students that complete, they go through commencement, graduation, like everybody else, with their full regalia. Next. And this tells you a little bit about their program. They are a day program. Most community colleges do not have residential housing for any of their students. So the programs that you're going to see at the community college are primarily day programs. And they talk about how they are on campus between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday through Thursday at BRCC. Next. And this is Lions Connected at Southeastern. They have been in existence since 2015. They and UL Lafayette were kind of the veteran programs in Louisiana. Next. They are a 4-year program. They do have a 2-year program available also. They did not have residential housing available on campus, but now they are moving towards residential housing and do have opportunities for that if that's something that their students are interested in. Next. And so this is one of our newest programs coming aboard, the PRIME program, Preparing for Real Independence and Motivating for Excellence. When I asked them for a picture of their students are incoming very soon. So they don't have any pictures. They don't have a Facebook page yet, but this is Miss Letty Goings, and she is the person behind starting this program. So I said, well, send us a picture of you, Letty. And so she did. Next. And so this tells you a little bit about the PRIME program at McNeese. The students are going to spend an average of 20 to 25 hours per week on campus. So yep, that one is going to be the newest one that's going to be starting very, very soon. And next. So I don't know if you can click on that and if it'll work for you, but this is a short little video that LaPi made about the programs.
Mary, we can't hear it.
No, maybe Jackie's doing the maneuvering.
Okay, gotcha.
I wasn't able to.
I'm not sure how to get the sound working on this. I know that they put some restrictions on playing audio from YouTube videos.
Yeah. If you want to just maybe show the link and people can take a picture of the link. It is a YouTube video. It's not very long. It's a few minutes, but it gives you a snippet to see, you know, some of the programs in action.
I just added the link to the chat.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
next. So this is my contact. I am a consultant for LaPi, which means that the new programs, when they have questions about how do you do this, or how does this work, I'm able to go and help them with the experiences that I have had setting up the program, the bridge program at Nichols, and working with other institutions. There's a lot of behind the scenes things that need to happen for programs to begin. Um, you know, like I said, the students are able to apply for Pell Grants. So that's working with, the administration at the university, college, community college to connect all those dots, which can take some effort. So I'm able to go in and help, with my experiences of how we've done things and how other people have done things for transitions to be as smooth as they can for new programs coming on board. I'm also the faculty advisor currently for Bridge to Independence. For the next year, I'm going to be heading into the retirement horizon sometime in the next year or so. But that is my contact information. If anyone has any questions, I am more than happy to answer any questions. Most programs do have a Facebook page. Our program, Bridge to Independence at Nicholls State University, is the name of our Facebook page. We have pictures and videos, and I know UL Life, they have a Facebook page with lots of information. You can go to the university or community college websites and find us there. We have pages available for information. You can also go to Think College. They have all the links to all of our programs, links and email addresses of the people to contact at each program. There's a lot of information out there. And that's about it. But if anybody has questions, I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
So we do have a question in the chat.
Okay.
The question is, are there any trade or community college programs participating in LaPi?
We do have BRCC. We have Bossier Community College. We have Fletcher that is in the development stage. So LaPi is the group of people that are able to go and help new programs to get started. So it would be the community colleges that have CTPs, Bossier and BRCC are the current. We did have another one in the Alexandria area that is looking into, they're in the development stage. And sometimes the development stage is 6 months. Sometimes the development stage can be a year or 2 or 3. But they're working towards it.
We don't have any more questions. You've done such a wonderful job. But we don't have any more questions. I mean, there's still time, guys. If y'all have any questions for Dr. Brew, you could put it in the chat or in the Q&A, and we'll go ahead and ask her.
And if there's not, I appreciate the opportunity. The goal is to get the information out so that people know where we are and who we are and what different options are available.
Well, we appreciate you giving up your time, you putting time aside for us in your busy schedule to come and let us know about LaPi and the various programs that run them. So I appreciate you again. And we're a little bit early. We have 18 minutes until our panel starts. So we'll kind of sit back. Bambi did they're getting ready to start the ABLE portion of the disability benefits counseling. So she did put that link in the chat box if you'd like to go and join real quick.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you. So what we'll do is we're gonna go on break for now, unless, like I said, unless you want to go join the Social Security Disability Benefits Counseling and Achieving a Better Life Experience with Zane Richardson from DRLA. So if y'all want to do that and then hop back on here afterwards, we'll begin our panel presentations at 2 o'clock.
As the other presenters get here or panelists get here, we'll introduce them. This session is self-advocacy in the workplace. It's going to be a panel discussion that will spotlight the self-advocacy in the workplace and highlight how to lead in a way that people want to follow. So our first panelist is Darren Broussard. I'm very pleased to call him a coworker at Disability Rights Louisiana. And Darren, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I would like you to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you. And
Good
what are you?
afternoon, everybody. My name is Darren Broussard. I am a CAP advocate here at Disability Rights Louisiana, and I get to work with the greatest CAP program manager in history. Jeannie Duiron is my direct supervisor, and I have been part of Disability Rights Louisiana's CAP program for the first run since January of 2020. I had 13 months previous experience with that from 2017 to 2018. Loved it. And I can say that, this has been an amazing piece of my journey, and boy, do we have a lot to talk about today. Uh, Folks want to know about what is self-advocacy in the workplace. It's about a little bit more than just sticking up for yourself. It's about letting your employer know what you need to maximize their business and make opportunities for them because they've made opportunities for you. And if I had to put it up in a nutshell, that's what it really is. And am I going too far, too fast, too slow? And if people ever said to me, well, Darren, can you tell me about a time where you had to advocate for yourself? Yes. Every single time you go for an interview, and in some cases, remember, you're advocating for yourself just by showing up. But if I had to say the most significant thing I ever had to advocate for with an employer was reasonable accommodations in a restroom and a computer that I needed to complete my work tasks on site. Um, Having been in a mental health counseling rehab at the time as a mental health professional, my employer said no problem because he realized I needed the same thing everybody else did. And he picked it up for me. I was able to get the computer I needed, the voice software that I needed to dictate my notes as a professional therapist. Incidentally, I'm using a lot of those same accommodations in one environment that I would use in another. And the way you want to frame this with any employer really is it's an investment in themselves, not just an investment in you. When you can do your job to its fullest, your your employer is going to be the main beneficiary. That much I can certainly tell you. Uh, is there any other aspect of this somebody would like me to talk about? I'm happy to take a question if need be.
Actually, Darren, part of my presentation this morning was first jobs and getting started and things like that. And a lot of people have a misconception that, they're going to enter their career and they're going to get, there's not a lot of flexibility with that. I want to be this. And there are times when you have to practice at other things. So why don't you tell us about
Boy,
your start?
I can certainly speak to that. When I graduated with my master's degree in counseling psychology in 2002, of course, I wanted to jump straight into the career I trained for. But being a person with a disability with no employment experience prior, other than my education, which couldn't be counted as employment, the biggest problem I had was a fantastic resume, but no experience. So, much to my reluctance, I had to take a long time to find a job, and the job that I found was at New Horizons Independent Living Center in Shreveport. Was it the job I, was dreaming of? Was it the job I trained for? No, but it was an open door. It was a beginning. What I did not know was that job as an independent living specialist led me to an opportunity to get my professional counseling license, which ultimately put me on the road to where I am right here. The biggest things in life start as pebbles, breadcrumbs. Sometimes you got to trust it and follow the breadcrumbs, even when you don't know where it's going. That much I can tell you.
Thank you for sharing that, Darren. Now, have there been any significant events in your work history that brought you to where you are today, that made the biggest difference?
Strange the way you worded that. I would say the biggest event in my work history actually took place before I had one. Um, in 1994, I utilized what was then known as the Advocacy Center and what most of you now know as Disability Rights Louisiana. I utilized their CAP program to help me communicate with Voc Rehab, get over some hurdles, and finish my education, which ultimately resulted in me being able to finish my bachelor's and then go on to pursue my master's. That was 33 years ago. And I always said if I had an opportunity to pay that forward, I would. And here I am. And I can tell you, every stumbling block, every roadblock, every barrier, every success was one of the things that made me fit to be right here. So, whatever you've gone through, whatever you've persevered, believe me, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. Take that experience, tuck it in your back pocket, because not only one day is it going to help you, you may be able to help somebody else.
I did talk about in my presentation that it's our obligation. One of the things I want to stress, and Myron is just coming on, so we're going to end Darren and I's conversation and welcome in Myron. But I just want to say that the working dynamic in Louisiana that really is a benefit to people traveling through Louisiana Rehab Services, which Darren is showing you can be many years, stretched over many years. They can help all along. It's just not a start, get a job, and be done. They
Yeah,
are
I've been a client for 30 years.
right. But I am a parent of an adult with a disability who is gainfully employed, and Darren has utilized LRS services. So one of the great options is you're going to get not only our knowledge, but our everyday, day to day experiences of using all of these services that you use too. So we are a good resource, and that's why Darren considers us the best CAP in the whole United
Absolutely.
States.
We are the best in the country. We didn't just train in it, we live it.
Yeah. All right, Darren, I'm going to stop with us for a minute, and I'm going to welcome in Myron Wright. Myron, would you please come on and introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself and which, you know, how you are benefiting our panel.
You can hear me?
We can. Thank you
Sorry,
for
I can't put
coming.
my video on. I'm currently at the hospital with my mom.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. But hold on for a minute, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
Let me let's look at the bottom. White one, straight at the bottom. Circle. The Gmail on top. Get back down. The top. Give me a few minutes, a few seconds.
Yes, sir.
Scroll down. Scroll down. Push up. The employment questions right there. All right. Sorry about that. You can hear me?
Yes, yes.
So you want me to introduce myself first?
Yeah, tell us a little bit about you and what you bring to this panel.
Okay, well, thank you first and foremost for having me as part of this. I think it's a great idea. I think it's we definitely need it. I know the fear that is for some of them out there that want to go to work, but that is very fearful of them losing benefits. But I think we all should one day at least give it a shot and see how employment is, and take a leap of faith and give it a chance. Well, my name is Myron Wright. Hold on for a minute. Let me step out the room. Doctor just steps in.
All right, Darren, pick a question off of your list.
Sorry about it. Hello. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you.
All right. My name is Myron Wright. I'm from Thibodeau, Louisiana. I'm currently a business instructor at Fletcher Technical Community College, where I've been teaching there for the last 6 years. Prior to that, I was working at the local hospital for 9 years. A little bit about my disability. I'm a quadriplegic, E4 quadriplegic, suffered in 2002, and it was caused due to a football injury that happened in 2002 when I was a sophomore in high school. So for the last 23 years, I've been confined to a wheelchair. Due to the injury, it has caused me to lose mobility to both my arms and legs, which caused me to have to depend on total care to help with my day-to-day needs. But it's been a good journey. I haven't stopped. I noticed an employment conference, and that's one thing I had wanted to do. Even prior to my football injury, and after. I didn't know how it was going. Look like, but took the leap of faith, and here I am with at least thanks my disability. About 15 years of work experience underneath my belt. So it's been a good journey. Um,
Okay. All right. So, Myron, one of the things that Darren introduced us to was getting started. What was the first, your first introduction to work environment? What was your
um,
job and how did you get started? And how did that bring you to where you are now?
Well, my first source that I reached out to was LRS. They have been, there since, my junior year in high school. So that was my first, source to reach out to see how work would look like once I finished college. And once I learned the ins and outs, and first and foremost, once I learned that I could go to work, we got the ball rolling. So reaching out to them was my first source of contact to see how work would look, with a disability, along with having the support of my coordinator as well. And it's, when I found out that they would be willing to help with making sure I had the proper assistive technology to perform my job duties, which was at the time a data entry clerk. Once I had the Dragon Actually Speaking, which is a voice software to complete my job duties, and also assistive technology phone system that I could operate via my voice. Once I had those two assistive technology things underneath my belt, I felt very confident, with performing my job duties. And to be honest with you, that had those having those two things um, have helped, you know, upon my journey to where I'm at right now, and that's being a business instructor at our local community college. So, once I had those, the proper technology that I could utilize, and some support from LRS, um, you know, I felt comfortable with, pursuing, you know, employment. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
You're on mute, Jeannie.
I
How
can hear
soon
you.
after Myron, Patricia wants to know how soon after high school did you start working?
So I graduated in 2005. I went to college from 2005 to 2010. Um, and I started working after undergraduate. I started working in 2013 was my first time seeking employment. And to be honest with you, I didn't know where to seek employment. I just thought that the best um, field I could reach out to was a company that was a big company. And first thing that came to mind was the local hospital. Um, I had some previous relationship ties with the local hospital, and that was my first place I reached out to, and um, good things happened. So if you take from my injury up until when I first started, I got hurt in 2002, and I first started working in 2013. So about 11 years.
Great. So, why is it important for employees to advocate for themselves at work, Myron?
Great question. Great question. I think it's important for employees to advocate for themselves at work because it ensures their needs, ideas, and contribution are being recognized and valued.
Okay. And could you describe a time when advocating for yourself at work was successful?
Um, um, I can say I successfully advocated for myself at work when I requested additional resources for my class. And what I mean about that is that, once of course, when I first started working, I would go to LRS for everything, you know, any piece of equipment I needed. But one
Hmm.
thing I learned about being in the employment and community with a disability is that every job is required to accommodate you. So once I learned that, and I felt comfortable going to HR about things that I may need, such as an adjustable desk. Instead of going to LRS for that, I went to HR for that, and they purchased that for me. I know recently I needed a new tablet. Instead of going to LRS to see if they could purchase me a new tablet, I went to HR to see if they could purchase me a new tablet, and which they did. So just being comfortable understanding that, jobs are required to accommodate their employees. Just being able to speak up for myself, and being confident and comfortable, with speaking up with myself. So I could say, I have advocated for myself in that, that form of advocacy. Just going to HR and
Mhm.
just speaking up for myself, letting them know, things I need. Um, so
Great. Um, Darren, what role do managers and leaders play in fostering a culture that encourages employees to speak up for themselves?
They play a huge role. The first thing I can tell you is when you're dealing with a manager or somebody like that, you want to go to them and emphasize to them what you need, but how it's going to benefit the company or your position, etc. And once the manager understands that um, what you're asking for is going to be of benefit to the program, the section, the goal that you're working with, a lot of things change really quickly and typically in a very positive manner.
Thank you. Myron, same question for you. What role do managers and leaders play in fostering a culture that encourages employees to speak up for themselves?
I think they play a vital role. First and foremost by listening openly,
Mhm.
also providing constructive feedback in a positive manner, and also creating those safe spaces, for us employees to share and feel comfortable and confident with sharing our perspective from our viewpoints. So it plays a vital role in listening to us.
Good. Darren, how can we create a more supportive workplace and environment for self advocacy? Do you have any ideas about that?
The best thing you can do to create an environment for self-advocacy is be positive, show up, demonstrate your skills, and, be able to emphasize your worth and your quality of work. Because when employers begin to see that, the eyes become open and they go, wait, this person who has been showing us how much they value us and adding to what we do needs something. You have it. It
Mhm.
can be a little tricky at times, but always put your best foot forward and always make sure that you can demonstrate it is not only going to benefit you, but it is going to benefit your purpose there for
Mhm.
which they hired you. And I can promise you, things tend to move positively.
Mhm. And Myron, same question for you. How can we create a more supportive workplace environment for self advocacy? What are your thoughts on that?
Great, and that was a great point Darren made too. Just to piggyback off what he said,
Hmm.
um, we can create a more supportive workplace environment for self advocacy by promoting open communication, respecting diverse viewpoints, and also addressing concerns without retaliation. And that's one
Hmm.
thing that I feel that having disability and working in in a big environment is that a big company environment is that you feel to not want to share your viewpoints. You feel that I know I have dealt with sometimes keeping my opinions to myself because I feel that when the company have big layoffs, I feel that you know you know I don't want to be that first person to be let go. I don't want to be looked at as the weakest link in my company. And that's one thing that I kind of you know deal with from day to day at my current job. Having that fear that if the company was to have a layoff, or
Hmm.
will I be the first one to be gone because of my disability? So I tend
Hmm.
to I tend to have to personally work extra harder and be more
Hmm.
present. My current able employees, because, I keep that, I keep that in the back of my head, because you never know, they will never tell you that, but, that's something that I keep in the back of my head that, you know, I don't, I don't, I just, I just hope that my company don't see my limitations and see
Mhm.
me as a, employee that's able to fulfill job duties. So,
Yeah.
thank
And
you.
thank you, Myron. I just want to read a couple notes that came through. Tony said, Mr. Myron, I can see what you're going through. What was it like to be an example for others around you?
Just, um, just try to be that encouragement,
Hmm.
let them know that, despite our disability, we can, you know, fulfill full employment. We can, make a difference. I tell everybody that, you know, I'm just one, but there's a million others, similar to me. Um, we just need the opportunity. Um, once we get the opportunity, we all, despite our disability, we all have that, strong work ethic. So I hope that the companies that I have worked for in the past and currently work for in the past, understand that you know, despite my disability and despite other disability, we do deserve opportunity for employment. I did a study last year at the Louisiana Community and Technical Community College conference, and I spoke on the benefits of hiring individuals with disabilities.
Hmm.
And we tend to work longer, we tend to last longer, tend to keep work um, more often. We tend to there tend to be less turnover when hiring individuals with disability. So like I said, we just need the opportunity. So I just try to be the role model and also try to be the voice for not just for myself but others to let them know that we are capable of fulfilling any job duty. We just need the opportunity.
And Darren, thank you, Myron. Darren, Tony has the same question for you. What was it like to be an example for others around you?
Well, it has its ups and downs. I have been in the situation of being the first person with a disability ever employed in an establishment and the only person with a disability ever employed with it at an establishment. And I've worked for everything from local nonprofits to Fortune 500 companies. And I can tell you each journey is different. And there is a certain amount of pressure, and there is a certain amount of grit required to, say, I'm going to be the example. And I have said to employers more than once, if you give me an opportunity, you'll wonder what you ever did without me. And I am proud to say in each case that has proven to be true, even when working with a company as large as Magellan Health. And I did that for 3 years. Um, Anything else? It is quite a journey and it can be tough, but it's always worth it.
Okay. Let's see. Tony also, no, Patricia said, Myron or Darren, uh, have you ever been on disability income and how did earning your own pay change your life? So let's go to Myron first on that.
Well, when I first, prior to working, I mean, I was getting the monthly income, but I noticed once I started working, of course, when my job wages came in, um, that started to affect my disability wages, which I just looked at it like this, if I could bring in more, money through employment, without losing my benefits. I just dealt with it that way, and just looked at my disability income, as a safety thing, in case I can't work. I can always fall back on my disability income for some reason. But it
And
definitely affected it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
now I was just going to say that must be a scary decision.
Yeah.
Having that safety net and that comfort, knowing that you have X amount of dollars coming in, and then you
Right.
are going to take that step, out to try it on your own. It must be such an empowering thing for you to feel, okay, I got this. I've overcome
Right.
this. It must be a powerful feeling.
It is. It is. It is because you know, I always tell people, you know, you know, we all have that desire to want to work and go
Mhm.
into the workforce. So to be able to do it, is a great feeling, a real great
Yeah.
feeling.
All right,
I'm just
Darren.
hoping that I.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Myron. I thought you were taking a pause.
Oh, go ahead, Darren. Go ahead. All right.
Darren, same question for you from Patricia is, have you ever been on disability income, and how did earning your own pay change your life?
First of all, let me say, Myron, you're gonna be a tough act to follow. Second, full disclosure here, Patricia Euro and I have been colleagues for a long, long time. I used to work at New Horizons Independent Living Center. It was my first real long-term job. And boy, did I learn a lot from it. But to put it in a nutshell, while the transition from Social Security income, whether it be SSI or SSDI, is a little scary and daunting at times, to put it in perspective, I started my work career in 2007. By 2011, I was a homeowner. I went from Section 8 housing to home ownership that fast. I cannot begin to say the benefits of employment far, 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 far outweigh staying on disability. Um, and it doesn't matter how much you can work. The personal growth, whether it be because you're working part-time or full-time, no matter how much you make, no matter how little you make, respectively, the benefits to the individual, to you as a person, are going to help you grow and experience this world in a much better light. And one of the things that I wanted to point out to anybody is this. Please keep in mind, disability is 100% normal. It is 100% natural, and it will affect 100% of the people who live on this planet at some point, whether it is through accident, injury, or association with a loved one or a friend. Eventually, we are all going to need blue parking. So please don't think it is something that's going to happen to someone else or something that only happens to the unfortunate. This is normal, so why don't we normalize the way we think about it, the way we interact about it, and the results that come from it? It's not a question of if you're going to need it, it's when.
Absolutely. Darren, let's go ahead and continue with you. I have Brenda wants to know an example of how coworkers and colleagues support you.
Oh my God, those are endless. In any situation, the one thing I've learned is the worst thing you can do is not let somebody know that you need something in order to succeed at your job, whether it be a daily task or a project or your ultimate goals as part of your employment there. If you don't ask for help, you can't move forward. And I used to tell I used to tell people that I thought help was a dirty word. What I realized is, as a person with a disability, I am an ambassador for every other person with a disability that someone will meet. And if I have a crappy attitude or I'm short, that's not going to help the way that person would view any other individual with a disability. I have one chance to make a positive impression for everybody. So I do it.
Wow.
That's the way you have to wake up and take a breath every morning.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah. That's a great point. Myron, same question, example of how coworkers or colleagues support you.
Very, very much a lot. I always say, man, I've been blessed to have some great coworkers in both of the establishments have worked for. They support me any way they could, and to be honest with you, I think they're more thankful to have me as part of their team than I'm more thankful to have them because I hear it all the time that they feed off my energy. They feed off of my work ethic. So, like I said, both places I have worked for in the past, well, where I currently work at Fletcher, great, great staff, always there to help whenever they could. No complaints. No complaints. They see me as mine, right? They don't see my disability. They don't, put limitations on me. They leave it up to me to say, if I'm teaching too many classes, I need to cut back or whatever. But that's one thing I respect about them. As I mentioned, they see me for who I am, respect me.
Absolutely. Okay. How can we create a more supportive workplace environment for self-advocacy? Go ahead, Darren.
Well, really, the way you create that environment is to be the advocate you want to see. If I had to put it plainly, to be the advocate you want to see. And remember, advocacy is about explaining the benefits to both parties to getting what you need. If I had to put it in a sentence, that's it. It's not about I win, you lose. It's about do we both want to kick ass today?
Yeah.
If so, this is what I need.
And Myron, how would you create a more supportive workplace environment for self-advocacy? Or how can we do that?
Be confident, confident. Like Darren say, be the advocate you want to be. You want to be. Just be confident. Know that if you don't speak up for yourself or no one else will. So I just say just be confident.
We have another question in the chat. Y'all are getting some great questions, and y'all are giving wonderful answers. Myron, Patricia wants to know: could you share where you work and you live?
I currently work at Fletcher Technical Community College. I've been there, business instructor there for the last 6 years. Now I'm here in Thibodeau, Louisiana.
There we go. All right. And would one piece, because we're fixing to wrap up here, if you had to give one piece of advice to give to someone looking to improve their self-advocacy skills, what would it be? And Myron, let's go to you first.
First, foremost, know who you are. I think we all should know who we are and know what our needs are. I think those two things will kind of give you a direction on where you want to go. Know who you are, know what your needs are, and last but not least, know what you are, know what you want to accomplish. Um, you know, those three things I keep with me. No matter where I go, when I'm setting my goals, those three questions I ask myself. Who I am, what are my needs are, and what I'm trying to accomplish. And those three things tend to lead me in a direction, whether it's employment, friendships, um, conferences, speaking engagements. Um, keep those things in my mind before I put myself in any situation.
Great answer. Darren, same for you. One piece of advice that you'd give somebody.
For me, but everything Myron said is absolutely rock solid correct. The other things I would add to that is learn to be a great listener and then find someone to mentor with, because the skills you don't know, you will learn. And I'm going to tell you, one of my biggest mentors was a gentleman named Mitch Hiddens. He was the independent living independent living services director at New Horizons for about 20 years. The man was amazing.
All right. All right, we are coming down. We have about 4 minutes left. So if y'all have any last minute questions, we'd like to see them come up now. If not, we're going to go ahead and end this session. I'm very proud of the panelists that we have today. I work directly with Darren on a daily basis, and he is a wealth of knowledge for our CAP program. He knows the regulations backwards, forwards, standing on his head. He knows it. So he is a wealth of knowledge. If you need to get in touch with Darren, I'm going to go ahead and put his email address into the chat box so that you can contact him directly. Myron, would you like me to do the same for you in case anybody has some last minute questions?
Please do so. I'm more than welcome to.
Okay.
I want to talk to Myron. Are you kidding?
So we have our next session that's going to be starting. We're going to remain live here, so the chat will have their email addresses in it, but we're going to go ahead and take our break. The next session starts at 3, and it is also going to be another panel. And we are going to be discussing the relationship between employer and employee and the dynamics of that relationship. So stay tuned. And thank you guys. Thank you so much for participating.
Thank you.
We are.
Thank you for putting this together.
We've learned a lot.
So welcome back, everyone. So we are in our final panel for the day, and that is going to be about the employer and employee dynamic. So with us, we have some folks from one of my sister centers, Families Helping Families of Southwest Louisiana, our Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office, and New Horizons Independent Living Center. And they're going to discuss examples of good workplace relationships. So I'll let everybody go ahead and introduce themselves, and we'll go ahead and start with our Families Helping Families folks.
Hi, I'm Susan Reen. I'm the Executive Director of Families Helping Families of Southwest Louisiana.
And I'm Wallace Johnson. I'm an Education Support Specialist at Families Helping Families of Southwest Louisiana.
And our District Attorney's Office.
Hi, I'm Kristen Hernandez. I'm the office manager here at the District Attorney's Office.
Mary.
And this is Mary Zush. She's one of our part-time workers here.
And our friends over with New Horizons.
Hello, I'm Patricia Yaru, the Executive Director at New Horizons. And my colleague Gary is just coming back from a support group, so he's trying to get on now.
Perfect. So I'll go ahead, and our first question that we're going to ask, this is going to be for the employers. So when it came to hiring an individual with a disability, what was your approach with that? So Susan, we'll go with you first.
Okay. I have hired folks with disabilities in the past. Wallace and I came to work around the same time. We worked together first. But our hiring practices for people with disabilities and people without disabilities are the same. We make accommodations when needed after folks are hired, but yeah, they're the same as anything else. I'm sorry, that's an easy answer, easy out, but that's the way it is.
And Kristen?
With us, Mary was here before I got here. So Mary's been here for 7 years and I've been here for 4. So the process, Mary was the first graduating class. Nicholls State University had the Bridge to Independence program, and her class was the first class that graduated through that program. And they contacted our office and other local places in our area. And our district attorney felt like it was very important and necessary to absolutely have somebody in here from that program, because it allowed our office to look as diverse as the people that we serve. So it was an easy answer. Mary is our only employee that's here that has a disability, but in the case that anybody else would want to come in, I would have to agree with Susan. The hiring process would look very similar. We absolutely give accommodations when needed, and all of that is how that would work.
Thank you. And Patricia, same question. What's your approach in hiring an individual with a disability?
I think I can say ditto to everything they've said. The only thing I would say is sometimes if it's a person that doesn't have a lot of work experience, especially if you're going after a job that maybe you just got out of school, make sure I make sure and ask about personal things. We hire a lot of caregivers, and perhaps this person just got out of CNA school, has no experience, but they cared for their grandma, or or just the care that they had to give to themselves, they could use as experience. So we look at education experience just like you would with anybody else.
Perfect. Now, this next question is going to be for Wallace, Mary, and Gary. How does your employer help you feel welcome and included in your workplace? And we'll go ahead and go over to you, Wallace, first.
I'm treated just like every other employee. You know, I'm valued. My comments and suggestions are considered, just along with my other colleagues here at work at Families Helping Families. So we have a good relationship all around.
That's fantastic. And Mary, what about you? How does your employer make you feel welcome in the workplace?
Good. Does it feel like family?
So it feels like family over there for you? It's awesome working with your family. And is Gary back, or no, not yet? Not yet. Okay, we'll come back to him. So this next question again is going to be for employers. What kinds of trainings and resources do you provide to employees and managers regarding disability awareness and inclusive practices? Susan?
I'd like to say that we provide a lot of training in that area, but being families that have folks with disabilities in our family ourselves, and most of us may have a disability too, there's not a whole lot of training that needs to be provided. I mean, we do professional development, cultural diversity, all the different things, just like any other workplace. But we are who we are. You know, it's who we are, it's what we do. So it's not necessarily something that we have to have extra training on. Just kind of comes naturally.
And Kristen, what kind of different trainings and resources do you provide to your employees regarding disability awareness?
We don't have anything specific, no type of specific training just for that. Our office here, because Mary is our only employee, if there's something that she needs, we make sure that we accommodate that. But our culture here in general, whether it's a disabled employee or a regular employee, we are good, loving, kind, fair people across the board. So maybe if the disability aspect, we had more people here that had that, maybe we would go ahead and put specific trainings in for that. But we don't have anything at the moment. And Mary's been here for 7 years. So I think she likes it. I don't think she's going anywhere. So we're doing something right.
Well, she called y'all her family, so I think y'all are doing something right over there.
Exactly.
And Patricia, what about you guys?
Well, as a Center for Independent Living, we obviously teach about core values, about treating people with disabilities just like anybody else, you know, non-discriminatory practices. And we actually value people with disabilities. In fact, our federal grant requires that we have to have at least 51% of our staff with disabilities. So we, you know, we look for people with disabilities first before we hire other folks. In our caregiver program, it's a little bit different because obviously if you're a caregiver, maybe you wouldn't be able to use your wheelchair. You know, you'd have to have someone that's able to care for someone else in a wheelchair. So we don't look first for someone with a disability, although we currently have 23 employees with disabilities right now. Trying to think what else was in that question.
So it was just training and resources that you provide to your employees and managers.
Obviously, if someone needed LRS or maybe a waiver program to help them get to work, or because we're hiring, not because of their disability, but we're hiring people and we know that there are probably going to be some other services that they might need. Yeah.
Well, fantastic. And Gary, I'm not sure if you want to introduce yourself right now.
Hey, I'm Gary Sagers. I'm an independent living specialist here at New Horizons. I'm a paraplegic. I try to handle as many of the physically disabled as I can. It seems to be the ones that identify with the best.
Fantastic. Now, this next question that's going to be for the employees. How has being employed positively impacted your life? So we'll start with you, Wallace.
I've enjoyed working. In fact, I probably stay here a lot more than I should because I like working. I just enjoy working, like staying busy. So working has definitely added to my quality of life because it's just also a natural part of life. It's what people are expected to do. And I like having something to do, having something to stay busy with. And then what we do is rewarding. I mean, I'm helping people just like me, you know, that have disabilities. So, and I know they enjoy getting the assistance and things that we offer. because I understand, I know what it's like to be without a job because I've been there. And I've enjoyed my time here at Families Help Families and still do. And I've been here over 30 years now. So for me, work is satisfactory, it's rewarding. I look forward to coming to work because I know I'm going to be assisting and helping people. I know I'm going to be giving back to the community. And then I met people all over, through my work. I've even traveled, to Chicago and got to meet people nationally and participated in some of the programs and things like Partners in Policy Making, where I met local speakers, national speakers, you name it. So we get to, through my job, I've had exposure to meet everybody from the governor, policymakers like that, to politicians. So it's awesome.
And what about you, Gary? How has your employment, your job, how has that positively impacted your life?
Before I hurt my back and became a paraplegic, I worked in the oil field and construction. I was used to working all the time, and at losing the ability to walk and not knowing what to do, New Horizons, Mitch came and it gave me purpose again. I've got dignity again. I'm not just sitting at home staring at the walls. I'm actually doing something to help other people. It's gotten me a lot more involved in my community. Being able to represent New Horizons. I was late because I'm now on the Veteran Suicide Prevention Coalition. I've joined the Lions Club. It's spurred me to get to live again, really. Kind of gives me a sense of purpose.
Oh, that's fantastic. And Mary Catherine, how has your job at the DA's office positively impacted your life?
Good about myself.
I'm sorry, it was difficult to hear you.
Good about myself.
She said it helps her feel good about herself.
That is fantastic. Now, this next question is going to be for the employers. Now, how has having an individual with disability working in your office positively impacted the company culture, that work environment in the office? Patricia?
Well, our staff with disabilities are valued, especially for their unique perspective. We're working, our clients are people with disabilities. So to have someone with a disability be right there in the middle, pushing our mission forward, you just get a unique sense of accomplishment when you're able to have that. Some of the same struggles that a person without a disability, it's the same. So we're all trying to make enough money to pay our mortgage or our rent, and have a quality of life. But having someone with a disability in the middle of our office just kind of pushes us, encourages us to do even more, and to kind of feel like, well, if they can do it, I can do it. It's a real motivation.
All right, same question, Kristen. How has having Mary Catherine there positively impacted the culture of the office that you're in?
It's been good for us. We have all kind of learned while Mary has kind of learned. Because with her being here, we have had to realize things that she needs, like structure and routine, in her everyday life. So like with her tasks that she has here, she has created herself a schedule to where in the hours that she's here, she does certain things at certain times. So with her, that part has been helpful. And for us, knowing that, it makes us make sure that if there's a new task that needs to be added or a time frame needs to change or something like that, that she has to learn that she can't get super frazzled with the change, but we also have to be able to be patient with her and understand that a change in her regular routine and schedule is much bigger to her than it would be to us. So that has been part of something that we've had to learn for her with that. And then just the types of tasks. So there's certain things that may be a little bit more confusing than others. So there's certain tasks that we can give her and certain tasks that we probably wouldn't. But what she does do, she's good at. And her being able to do that, especially when her day goes regular on her schedule, she feels accomplished when she leaves here, which is great.
Wonderful. Susan, same question.
Well, I agree with what everybody else has said. And I'm going to circle back to what Wallace said about how he loves what he does, and he's probably here more than he should be. Wallace is one of the most dedicated folks here. If it needs to be done, he's going to get it done. And he's our biggest cheerleader. He will do whatever is needed within reason. He is the first one to ask somebody to be a sponsor for something. He's the first one to give you all the information in the world. He might overload you sometimes. And we have other folks with disabilities here too. People with disabilities tend to be on time. They tend to be work hard, appreciative, and yeah, all of those things. I don't know what we would be or where we would be without the folks here that have disabilities. And Wallace, I mean, he's been here like me since almost the beginning. So.
Well, Wallace has a fan club in the chat. Sharon's saying Wallace is awesome. And we
Yes, he
all, with
is.
Families Helping Families, we all know who Wallace is, and I got to meet him this summer, so it was great. Now, I'm going to ask the employers another question, and it's how do you ensure your employees with disabilities have opportunities for career development and advancement? So, Patricia, you want to take that one first?
Absolutely. Well, one of the things we do is we cross-train all of our employees. So maybe you are hired as the receptionist, but we need help with a support group. We need help with mail outs. We're taking phone calls from people in need. We cross-train, and we do try to find trainings that can enrich people's experiences, their knowledge base. You know, as a nonprofit, we always wear multiple hats, but I'm also looking at, well, if I wasn't here, could Gary do this? Or, you know, another person with a disability. They're just like anybody else and everybody else. So the extra training, finding ways to help people get more experience is important.
Wonderful. Susan, same question. How do you ensure that your employees with disabilities have room for career development and advancement?
I love that Patricia brought up the cross training, because that's what we do here too. Even though our staff is, I don't want to say we're older, because that's not, yeah, we're not old, but we've all been here a while. So we all know how to do what each other does. And we don't have a receptionist per se. We all answer the phone ourselves. So we all are able to take calls and work calls. And advancement and promotion, I mean, everybody here is, if there's an opening or something to do, everybody has that opportunity. We're all included.
And Kristen, same question.
I'm going to echo kind of what they said. Everybody here, whether an employee who would be disabled or not, if you have a want to grow and a want to learn, and you have the capabilities to be able to fit the needs of the job, everybody has an opportunity to grow. Now we do, no matter who it is that's here, we just want you to grow in general. So whether it's growing here, or moving outside of our office and growing outside of our office, we want that for all of our employees. So the opportunity is completely open to anybody that is here, in advancement and growth.
Perfect. And this next question is going to be for the employees. So Mary Catherine, what are your long-term employment goals?
To work with my DA family.
To work with your DA family.
She never wants to leave.
I was going to say, it sounds like she really loves y'all.
She never wants to leave.
Wallace, what's your long-term employment plan?
I kind of echo what she said. You know, I like working here at Families Helping Families, and you know, I tend to. I'll probably stay here until I die, I guess.
Well, let's not be negative, Wallace.
Well, I mean, I just love what I do here. I think that's positive.
But it really is positive. But that goes to show you that these environments that you guys are working in are wonderful. Y'all love being there. And other people can have that type of work family too. And Gary, what is your long-term employment goal?
My original goal was to work my way off of disability and be completely self-sufficient again. But I've added to it a little bit over the time. Now I want to be self-sufficient, but I also want to affect change for people like me. You know, I just got back from DC and I actually got to talk to congressmen and senator staffs, and I talked to them about how disability, Social Security disability, has disincentives for me to work harder, and it's holding me back. And I want to see that changed. I want to have an avenue to meet my full goal.
Fantastic. And I think it's been said in so many different ways all day today that it's more important to see the ability rather than the disability. And we're seeing it with you guys. We hear about you. I know I haven't met a couple of you, but I've heard about you before, and it's all wonderful things. And that's something to take into account whenever it comes to finding employment for individuals with disabilities. Let's see. Do we have any questions for any of our panelists? Because I'm not seeing any in the Q&A or in the chat. Do any of our panelists want to add anything, contribute anything else?
Would it be okay if I said something?
Absolutely.
As an employer, this is strictly as an employer, I want to say that people with disabilities in general are very dependable. They are open to doing more, you know, always asking, what else can I do? We have less turnover, which is a big, especially for caregivers. If I have a caregiver that has a disability, they're in there for the long haul. That's very important, because the high turnover and always having to find somebody new to learn the job again, it's a big deal. Also want to say that people with disabilities really enrich the company. No matter what, I've worked in multiple different employment situations, and whenever there was someone with a disability, I've really enjoyed working with them, because they push the person without the disability, they push them to do better. It's a big it's almost like a competition, you know. Anyway, I just wanted to share that.
Well, thank you for sharing that. We do have a question in the chat. What advice would you give an employer trying to decide if they should hire a person with disabilities? So I'm not sure who would want to take that first.
I would say, why not? I mean, because we have so many positive things to give and to make a difference, just like someone without a disability. And like it's been said here before, we're dependable and reliable. We want to give back. We want to contribute to society. We want to do our part. We want to pay taxes like everybody else, but we don't want them any higher. But so I think it's a wonderful thing. And I think they should give us a chance, because when you're looking for a job, it could be a struggle to find a job, especially and sometimes with the technology, with some of us not knowing how to use that, or maybe trying to find a job when we're older, or maybe a second career. It could definitely be challenging. So there's definitely would be a learning curve, but it's definitely rewarding.
Anyone else want to answer that question? What type of advice would you give an would an employer give if someone was trying to decide whether they should hire someone with a disability?
I'll take that. I think that in any type of employment opportunity, there are tasks, whether extensive task or easy task, that we should always be able to give somebody that opportunity. Something that I have learned in my short time here is that just like with children, adults can learn so much from children, even though we think that we know more and can do more. People with disabilities can teach us that don't have those disabilities, but also don't have their abilities necessarily. They can teach us so much. So I agree with Wallace. Why not offer them an opportunity? Because there is always something in your employment space that they can offer to you. And you can learn a lot from them as well.
And we do have another question from Tony. What's your dedication and a devotion to have a greater acceptance to be a part of your organization all throughout your jobs and your positions where you are?
Constantly encouraged to grow. This, like I said, I worked in the oil field. This is completely alien to me when I started, but I'm constantly encouraged to grow. I'm given responsibilities and asked to figure things out. Sometimes they have to correct me on processes because, I'm used to doing it like a bull in a china shop, and kind of not the way you do it in an office. But I'm allowed to grow. I'm allowed to learn and get better.
I'm going to answer this as a parent of a kid with a disability. Well, a man with a disability now. And I think that giving back, what Wallace said, being able to give back to other parents, to other families, to be able to, I don't want to say be an inspiration, that sounds kind of hokey, but to show people that these things can be done. People with disabilities can work. My son's been working since he was 18. He's 38. He doesn't miss a day of work. He had a major surgery and he was back at work a week later. I mean, people with disabilities work hard. They're appreciative, and do it. Just do it. I'm going back to the question before. What advice? Just do it. Hire people with disabilities. Educate yourself about that person's disability, about disabilities, about disability rights, but just do it.
I'll even add on to Susan. Talk to that person about their disability. Most individuals with disabilities are more than happy to share their disability with you so that you do have a better understanding of what they're going through.
Yeah, I would think that a lot of employers that don't work in the field that we work in, we work with people with disabilities every day. So it's a little bit different, but just your average employer out there that doesn't have any experience with it, they may be afraid, maybe Gary can't come to work and he's going to be sick all the time. He's going to always be out and he's going to have transportation problems. And, I'm scared to give Gary a chance. But if Gary can come to especially a new employer that you're hiring for, you're applying for, share what your accommodations might be. Hey, there's going to be some times when I have to do this, but I'm going to be there. I'm going to be able to do this job. And selling yourself, not the disability, sell your abilities, sell what you know that you can do. And I think people are going to give you a chance. It's probably scary on both sides, scary for the employer and scary for the employee.
On the question about advice for employers, don't look at a wheelchair or something and immediately assume somebody can't do something. My first job, after the very first job I had after becoming a paraplegic, was cutting grass. I was going to school and I needed a job to pay for gas. And the guy looked at me like I was crazy. And he even asked me, you realize, this is cutting grass. And I told him where to stand. I used his shoulder in the lawnmower, transferred over, and said, point out what grass you want cut.
Right, lawnmower.
Yeah.
And we don't have any other questions. So this is going to be your last chance to go ahead. If any of our panelists want to add anything, or if anyone wants to ask a question in the chat or in the Q&A, now's your time.
Jackie, this is Bambi. If I could say something, I think most of the people who are attending are probably people who are going to be receptive to hiring people with disabilities as employment, or people who are family members or people with disabilities. And so I think the message I would have to people who are attendees is that go out and make sure that we are showcasing the abilities of people with disabilities. We can hire people with disabilities ourselves if we get in that position to hire. Like be strategic in the environment you create. Be strategic in your outreach for employees, that you get a diversity. And I know for myself, sometimes what you'll get is a perspective that you didn't even know that you needed. And you'll get skills that you didn't even know that you needed from that employee. So I think that is kind of I would be the takeaway that I ask everybody to take away from this is like, go promote hiring people with disabilities and the value that they add to your organization.
I totally agree with that.
And I agree with that too, Bambi. That's some good points. And as for the family out there, I know there's probably a lot of family on, a lot of parents on. You probably have a huge network that your son or daughter can draw off of. And if you open your eyes another way and look when you go out in the community, you could probably see a whole lot more opportunities for employment if you look through different eyes, because everywhere you go is an opportunity. If you buy services from a place, that could be an employment opportunity. And what I mean by services, it could be anything from where you get your hair and nails done, or where you groom your pet, or where you change your oil in your car, or things like that. things that we, the services where we go out and do, all of those are employment opportunities. Even going out to your favorite restaurant to eat, you're meeting those people. If you go there frequently on a regular basis, then they become to know you and your family. That could become an employment opportunity. So all the places you frequent, look at them as opportunities for employment. And where your family goes out and visits, whether it's for fun or whether it's for service, that could be something that leads to employment. And volunteering, getting involved in volunteering, you meet people that you volunteer with that might have openings or leads on jobs or employment opportunities. Volunteer, give back to the community. You might find the perfect job for your son or daughter or yourself.
And I always tell people, when you don't know where to turn to us. If you have questions about finding these resources for employment, call your local Family Self and Family Center. They would be more than happy to point you in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. And one of the best tips that I learned from our local Louisiana work office was I attended one of their workshops on finding a job, finding employment, and they mentioned something about creating a mini resume, which is the size of an index card. On one side, you put your contact info. On the other side, you put characteristics and things about you. And then you make a whole bunch of those and you pass them out to people and say, hey, I'm looking for employment. Here you go. So when people have an opening, you're not just dropping their name, you're also dropping their name plus this index card. And you could do the same thing with business cards too. Print your contact stuff on one side and the other side of the business card put, characteristics about you, that you're dependable, reliable. Pass those out to people and ask them to share that with their boss if they got any openings and so forth.
And we did have Darren that came in and he reminded us, don't forget your local independent living center. Contact them. Everyone that's on here would be more than happy to assist in any way that they can. So it looks like we don't have anything else that's coming in. I appreciate all of you, the panel, for contributing to this and sharing your stories with everyone. And thank you to all of our, it's the end of the day, y'all. Thank you to all of our attendees who are here. I think that we got a lot of very valuable and useful information. And so I do want to thank you for your attendance. And at the end of the Zoom session, you should have a survey that pops up. So please complete the survey. That is so that we can ensure that we are still providing top quality information to you guys. Does anyone else have anything they want to add? Bambi, Jeannie?
Yes. Thank y'all all so much for participating. This has been quite an undertaking between our three agencies with lots of planning for a very long time. We really filtered and made sure that we had hot topics, but we wanted to give a layout of where we are right now, as I said earlier in the day, so that we can get a baseline of where we need to go with this. You are all our core group. You're the initial training. Now we are going to utilize y'all. We've got a master list of your emails, and we are going to start putting out a tremendous amount of information on employment. So what we need y'all to do is talk about the conference. Tell people what you saw, what you learned, share it with other families, share our contact information, share our slide presentations. Someone asked if we could have those. myself, Bambi, and Jackie will have access to all of that. I know we're going to try and get them all up on our websites and everything. So if you want to go back and review a session that they had, we've recorded everything. So information is powerful. Getting that information to get out. We did a really good job. We had close to 150 people registered, and we had very high numbers in each of our sessions. So we need y'all now to join forces with us to travel this road together, because we are, remember what I said, we're not leaving anybody behind. We're going forward. And we're going to utilize the resources that we have in this state to make sure that people have meaningful, career-driven, well-supported careers, not just a job.
And I just appreciate Jeannie and Jackie letting me work with them, with Jackie taking the lead and representing our Families Helping Family Centers. And I appreciate our independent living centers, their support in me doing, working to put together this conference, and Disability Rights Louisiana. Just, they're so valuable to our state. So thank you. Thank you, everyone who's attended and everyone who's participated. Thank you, guys.
Okay, and we have a survey that is going to go,
It's okay. It's the end of the day.
I know it's the end of the day. This is, y'all, I'm so glad that this is over, and it went off wonderfully. But anyway, we have an evaluation that is going to be, that's going to pop up. That's another thing y'all have to do for us. We have to get y'all feedback in order to know what's our next step and where we're going to go from here, because we do not want to educate you on things that you don't want to know about. We want to make sure we're hitting the hot topics every time, not just once a year for a conference, which we completely plan that we're going to be doing this on a yearly basis, but we want to find what we need to train in between, and where we're going to go, who we're going to bring in from other states that are being as successful, so that we can learn how to do those things in our state. As I stated earlier, step one was today. They want to know, Leanne wants to know if we will, there will be certificates of attendance with hours. We certainly can provide that. Jackie, should they email, who is going to be the email keeper for certificates?
So we actually hadn't discussed certificates.
No. So we're going to do it on the fly.
Jeannie.
Yeah. We're going to
So
do it on the fly.
we hadn't discussed certificates, but we can get you some information in regards to your attendance here, because we do see how long you guys are on here. I'm going to put my email address in the, oh, I didn't send it to everyone. Tony just got that one. So I'm going to put my email address into the chat, and you can feel free to send me an email, and we will get that information out to you. It might not be the most beautiful certificate that's out there, but we'll get that information to you.
Okay, and
or
I'm putting
Google
mine
Bayou Land Families Helping Family. That's another way you can find it.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
And I'm putting my email address in there also, just in case you didn't get Jackie's. We have both of them in there. Thank you all so much for participating today. It was a huge success, and we are grateful.
All right, y'all have a wonderful rest of y'all day.